All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We'll probably be sitting here for a bit. On Main Fox, they still have the title of the show set as NASCAR Race Day. And you guys know how the Daytona 500 is. There's about 30 minutes of pre-race festivities minimum. So we'll have to entertain ourselves until then. I still have my TV set on the CW from last night, so I was so confused when I turned on the television and it was a cooking show. If it was full season points, I might agree, Christian, but without the chase, with the chase being included, that giant points reset, it's just going to come down to whoever gets hot in those last 10 races. How the original chase was. Tony Stewart barely squeaking into the chase and then goes on a tear and wins the whole thing. You know, barely beats Carl Edwards. Not a huge fan of that style. I hope so. So if you guys don't know, they already announced this, but the Daytona 500 is being broadcast in 4K. Not native 4K, it's upscaled 1080p, but it should, you know, be a noticeable difference if you're on a larger TV. So if you have a 4K package, I think DirecTV does by default. YouTube TV, you have to pay $5 extra. And then if you're a member of the Fox One, that's their sports package, you're able to watch the 4K broadcast. So check it out on your TV guide. You may have an extra 4K channel or a 4K option to watch the race. But on Main Fox, it's still going to be the normal broadcast. Welcome, Doodlebug. Welcome. So they say, oh, we moved up the start time by an hour. Well, I don't see much urgency. So if this race gets rain shortened, I'm going to throw a fit that NASCAR didn't drop the green flag at 1:30 Eastern. Let me check that out that other website that may or may not exist, just to make sure it's working. Yeah, home. Oh, schedule. They're live. Yep, it does work. That other website. So, if you guys see anyone in the chat and they need a place to watch, I don't mind sharing that information. I think this start might be interesting after the way the duels went, with the 66 starting 17th, unless they drop to the back. Yeah, I think they're definitely dropping to the back. They had a lot of repairs in that car to make. There's no way they're not going to start from the rear. So just looking at our leaderboard real quick, we have Kyle Busch up front. His teammate will be back in 7th. So I have my Dale Senior hat on, got my Dale Senior shirt on. We're ready to go. We're doing it for Dale today. am typically wearing some kind of Gordon or Chevy merchandise. Also, if anything bad happens, we have another Earnhardt hat ready to go, so we can hot swap between the two. Ready for anything. All right, I need to open up another tab just for note taking. I usually use a notepad. I think I'll actually just do this. I wouldn't have gone live yet if I knew we were going to have an hour of pre-race. I'm going to keep an eye on the radar throughout the race. And if rain is in the area, I'll let you guys know. Watch JJ come on, smoke it. Only the last lap counts. So he can lead 199 laps. But if he's not in the lead on the last one, it's not worth anything. 66 for Casey Mears is the same one from the duels. They just replaced the doors and those from the backup car. That should be good. They have at least E8's engine. Well, I mean, that doesn't decide everything. Guys can lease engines from HMS and still miss the race, so... Yeah, I figured you meant Jimmy Johnson. Ooh, windy. It's windy. Okay, let's check out the radar, guys. If I can remember where. There it is. Oh, boys, it's not looking that good. I don't want to cast any doubts, but I think NASCAR's making a big mistake not dropping the green flag already. Here we go. I'm going to pull that up for you guys. Check that out. Now check it out. This is what we're looking at. So let's see about how fast it's moving. It's slow moving, and it's taking its time. What's the total length of this radar loop? About 40 minutes? Oh. So it moved a good chunk of Florida in just 40 minutes. Daytona should be somewhere between here and there. Let's see. Yeah. Here's the track. We're going to keep an eye on that. Boop. I don't need the alerts. Oh, come on. right, we'll just keep an eye on that throughout the race. Bart Simpson, I think, is our grand marshal for today's race. He's going to be waving the green flag. So, kind of like NASCAR. 30 years after, still clinging to relevance. Depressing. Dude, that is... Happy Daytona Day. That's right, Double A. Remember, they tried to make Daytona Day a thing for so long. Veterans may render a hand salute. So great, yeah, let's do a 5-minute national anthem here. So I guess they showed this during Race Hub, but I saw this activation earlier. Pretty cool. At least I think it was pretty cool. I'll show it off while we're waiting. They did this at the Wendy's close to the racetrack, close to Daytona. So you pull in, this is their drive-through typically. There's even banking, there's walls, there's a catch fence. So they have it themed like a, like a NASCAR track. And let's see if we can go, come on. I want to see the Wendy's. Someone has a good video of it. That's pretty cool. So you would go through, you would order, and then they would stop you, in your little pit box. They would shine your tires, clean your windshield while you eat your food. Pretty neat activation. A lot of people out there in probably some mid-70s weather in fire suits. Probably not the most comfortable thing, but pretty good activation there from Wendy's. Wendy's Speedway. In 20 years, we'll look back and say, where were you when they had a race at Wendy's Speedway? Miranda Lambert, I guess she had a pre-race concert. I wasn't watching Race Hub, so I have no clue. Let's go back. Man, I need to watch that later. After the race is over, I'm going to go back and... Hey, can you not do that? Absolute... What an idiot. What an idiot. So, by the way, if anyone does need a link, I can provide one, but we're not going to fall for these scammers. I'm honored that they would stop by and post in the chat. It's, just good engagement. You know what I'm saying? All right, so we just had the anthem. We are probably going to get the command in this next coverage period, and then we might see the green flag drop. Just a guesstimation, 2:10 Eastern. Let me see if Bob Pucker says a green flag time. Bob is so good. I'm, kind of sad when IndyCar, when they start running their schedule, Bob doesn't cover NASCAR. If it's an IndyCar weekend, he's, off with the Indy guys, and he's such a good reporter, so it's definitely a loss for NASCAR. Okay, Double A, I got you. You are right. They only had to replace a couple things. Only cars to the rear are those who went to backups. Chastain, Suarez, Buescher, and Byron. Chris Buescher he's pretty confident. He said the backup was as fast as the primary, so. Michael Jordan there. Fox has a cool pre-race camera. Let me show you guys this. On pit road there, just showing, everything going down. All these people. It's crazy. If you ever go to a Daytona race, how many people are in the infield for, pre-race track walk. Some guys have tickets or opportunities to go see the cars on pit road, take pictures. You can get close. You can't get right up to them unless you have, more access. But I mean, there's so many people. And then right before the race, they all disappear. At Nashville, they actually had steps, and you could step over and through the catch fence back into the stands. But at Daytona, you have to hop on a bus, go through the tunnel, and then back up into the stands. So it takes like 30 minutes to get back to your seat. So usually you miss the start of the race. So the strategy is to watch the start of the race from the infield and then head back up to your seat in the grandstands. All cars through tech on first or second try. I don't see anything about green flag. Let's see if we have anything here. Eric there, looks like you can tell Eric took this picture. You can just tell Eric took this picture because of how tall he is. Jason, good to have you here, man. What would happen if Priest flips again? It would be absolute cinema. He would possibly enter Earth's orbit. Possibly. $550 off a Weber electric grill. There was a Mardi Gras parade here in town about an hour ago. All right. So who's giving the command? It's that Barsgate guy, right? Whatever his name is. The comedian. So I looked up green flag Daytona to see if we had an estimate for when the race was going to go green. We do not. Oh, here we go. Well, we already looked at this tweet. Less than an hour until green flag at 2:13. So my estimate of 2:10 was pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. I'm getting good at this. Let's see what our radar is still. Okay. I mean, it's not looking good, boys. That vortex theory is going to have to work overtime. And the wind's coming in. So, I mean, that storm's going to blow in quickly. Jordan, it's not looking good, man. It's not looking good. I have one guy comment on our truck race stream, and he's like, how can you call this live if you record it and people people watch it like 3 to 4 days later, and it's like, because we did it live. No one watches the lives after the race ends. There's no reason to. You just go watch the race replay. There we go. 9 likes. Thank you, guys. Starting off this stream strong. And a lot of regulars in the chat already. Christian in here, Jason Switzer, Jordan Kirby, King is Dead. Did we see Doodlebug already? Yeah, Doodlebug was in here for a second. Ross Chastain fan. Good to see you, man. Justin 87. Ryan Priest fan Flip. Yeah. A lot of big names. I need to prepare for the post-race show. I'm going to throw the leaderboard back up while I do this. Unless you guys want to see how I change the overlays. All right, drivers are in their seats. Window nets are up. Kurt Russell out here. Almost knocked over my monster. Go ahead and put Byron's name on that banner for your post-race show. Right here. All right, so we're gonna do Daytona post race. Race recap. If we do go under rain delay, we'll talk for as long as we can, but we'll probably just switch over and play some NASCAR 25. Run our own 500 until we go back green, because it looks like the rain may actually get here earlier than they expected, and then we might go back racing later tonight. So it's gonna be a long day potentially. That was a decent command. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't in the S tier. All right, King, can you test this out for me, or anybody? Just try to send a text message to that number. I want to see if I get the text message. So as a placeholder, I'm putting Ryan Blaney. I'm putting my cards on the table. And I also need to remember to actually record the post race. So hopefully when the time comes, I'll be ready. Man, we're wasting green flag laps here by not throwing the green flag already. Rain is on the way. When NASCAR's in town, you know, there's going to be a threat of rain. It makes me wonder about next week. Next week, Atlanta has a 40% chance of rain as of right now. It does drop down during the race, time when we would go green, down to 10%. But that's definitely going to change before next Sunday. Golly. Text sent. Thank you. Go check that out. Google Voice. Messages. It worked. It worked. Hooray. Hooray. Okay. So what we're going to do in this post-race stream, once, if we even get to a post-race, we'll have the call-in line, obviously. But for people that are antisocial or just don't want to talk on stream, we'll have that text in line as well. So that's why I have that on our overlay. They're still live. While we're waiting for them to go greens. They were showing, check this out. They had the whole pre-race on here. Pretty neat. Taking a page out of Prime's playbook. If you guys remember during the Prime broadcast, they would go live like 30 minutes early and just show shots from the track. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I would love if they did this all year, but I bet this is a Daytona only thing for Fox. All right, we have cars on track. They're rolling. That's as live as it gets. They're gonna take down that stream, I'm sure, as soon as the race starts. But pretty cool that they had that going. This is the most American thing I've ever done in my life. Nate Bargates. Yeah, they need to hurry up. I mean, it's not looking good. In 40 minutes, the storm moves, I mean, pretty far. Thankfully, they're on the southern edge of the storm, so they may have a little more time, but I don't think we're going to get the full race in before rain gets there, unless we're just super lucky. It's gonna be sketchy. We went live. I mean, the whole broadcast went live. Their broadcast went live 36 minutes ago, and we're still not green flag racing. Who's ready to watch Cup tires last 30 laps, blow and cord? If the trucks were having issues with tires, and the Cup tires are somehow worse, that would be a huge issue. But they're wider, more stable. They're probably going to be running slower, fuel saving. So I don't know if we're going to have massive issues. But, we have seen just a ton of tire failures in the Cup Series over the, since this Gen 7 car was introduced. So you're probably onto something. And the drivers are reporting the track is rougher. The track visibly looks rougher coming out of 4. That's good. We need handling to be a thing. Nate was just in Indianapolis last night. Well, he went from one racing mecca to another. Not bad. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm going to take notes on the notepad. And pull up in 2 notepads. One just for random topics. So we'll have our race recap notes and just, miscellaneous notes. Trying to, prepare for that pre-race or post-race stream. My bad. He's ready to watch Cup tires. Yeah. Yeah, not looking good so far. Not this week, the cars have just been so loose. So many monitors, so many different things to look over. Let's go stream settings. There we are. Imagine if Hamlin wins the 500 number 4 and the championship and announces retirement on stage in November. Well, according to Alex Cavana, Denny's contract ends next year. So next year is his last scheduled 500 as of now. But also last year, he said to Joe Gibbs he still has 5 years left. We heard that on camera. So, plans can change. People can decide to retire whenever they want. But I'm not entirely sure we're going to lose Denny yet. If he won the championship, I could see him leaving. He would have accomplished what he, set out to do. And even if he doesn't, he still might, It was a hard off season for him. He is getting a little older. And he may want to, empty that seat for, somebody like Corey Heim. But, that remains to be seen. Let's just enjoy it while we... let's enjoy Denny while he's still here. Every time I've visited the museum there at Daytona, it's been... the one right outside of turn 4. It's been after a Denny Hamlin 500 win. So the only cars that I've seen have been his FedEx cars. The last 2 years I didn't go. I missed seeing Byron's car, and it's going to be gone after today's race. Unless he wins again. It's not really a good thing to win the 500 2 years in a row or more, because you lose those cars. Imagine if a team like the 66 wins the 500 and they lose their car. That's going to put them in a really bad position if they want to make any more starts this season. It's kind of a crazy tradition just to impound a car for a year. If he goes 5 years, he could easily walk away with 70 to 75. Yeah, for sure. Don't forget to check in on the app. That's a great reminder. Great reminder. I barely made it last night. I think I didn't check it until halfway through the race. So what he's referring to is if you're a member of the NASCAR Fan Rewards program, go ahead and go to the website or the mobile app and check in to today's race. Get those free points to redeem for merchandise, for tickets, you know, whatever it may be. My live page actually isn't popping up. I think that my NASCAR app is down. Hopefully it updates here in a second. It's not letting me check in right now. Probably have to go to the website and do it. Live leaderboard. Check in. All right, Bart Simpson waving the green flag. We are kicking off the 68th Daytona 500. We're going to try something else out here. Interesting choice to start off the race talking about Dale passing away, but all right. So Kyle Busch out front so far. Man, I think those Fords are going to make their way to the front unless they decide to hang back. But right now you have Logano, Blaney up there, Barry, Keselowski looking pretty good. Oh, that's too much. Way too much. Let's go 800, 700, 650. That works. Top, we'll try 650. That's too much. 600, too much. 550. 650. You can go more. 700. 20, 750. And then bottom, we go 200. Perfect. How do you guys like that? I don't know where we would put this. Maybe just right here next to me. Is that a good addition? Or did we Was that not worth it? Oh man, I can't minimize it. I'll have to just put it in the background manually. Not a fan? Why? Just because it covers up part of the leaderboard? It's not actually working in the background. So I would have to leave it up on one of the monitors. What happens if I do that? That just freaks it out. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to do it anyway. That caution is out. BJ McLeod, the Biffler, was making fun of Anthony Alfredo, said boo-hoo. How'd that work out for him? Not a great start for BJ McLeod. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look. Oh my goodness. I'm just seeing the replay here. Justin Allgaier and William Byron both getting damage. He got more than into the wall. His entire front section of that car is, pushed in. So, not great. Not great. So let's look back at our leaderboard. So they currently have John Hunter Nemechek scored as our leader, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, Shane Van Gisbergen. And so we have a Toyota, Chevy, Ford. So that's our three manufacturers, 1, 2, 3. And then another Chevy, another Toyota, another Chevy. Then we have our Fords back here, 2 Fords, another Ford. So they've gotten really separated, but Buescher had to start in the rear. And William Byron also started in the rear. And now he's been involved in an incident. Apparently we don't have the numbers for Jimmy Johnson or Corey Heim. See if we can get that taken care of under this caution flag. Inspect sources. All right, Corey Heim should be in the 67. Save image as. Save. And Jimmy Johnson, the 84. Save. Take a look back at our leaderboard, and it is fixed. So now we have all the numbers again. So Jimmy got his taken care of, and we got Corey Heim's number added as well. So we're good to go. You think it started going around, it popped like the tire blew? That's too early for a tire failure. That's way too early. Something else happened. I mean, it could have still been a tire failure, but that's too early for a tire failure due to wear. That right rear is already sideways. Noah Gragson also damage. So Anthony Alfredo gets DQ'd, and the guy who replaces him junks, you know, several competitive cars right here. Allmendinger damage. Byron, quite a lot of damage. They may be able to get that still raceable in the pack. Yeah, something happened with the wheel. It's either the lug nut started to come off or he just broke a toe link. RepairableVehicles.com. They're going to need to check out that sponsor because, golly. I like BJ McLeod. I want to go to his racing coaster in Pigeon Forge. But, you know, it just was not his day. And if Byron hadn't have had to have gone to a backup car, he wouldn't have been there. That's the dangers of going to a backup car. Starting in the back. Get caught up on someone else's junk. And he did. That's so disappointing. It's still a long race. Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, it depends on if there's any steering damage, but he's not going to be as effective out front. You know, these cars are so trimmed out. Probably the most aerodynamic cars they make all year. You know, a lot of attention goes in. They have a whole off season to get ready for this one race. Oh my goodness. All right, Kyle Busch juked him out there. Stayed out. A lot of other guys coming down for gas. So now Kyle's going to have to pit with very few cars if we don't get another caution soon. Let me go and speed this up on my YouTube side. Yeah, he did stay out. Logano got out first. Up 4 positions. Of the guys that pitted. What a mess. What a mess. Let's see if we can get a replay. I don't think they'll have one posted just yet. Are you kidding? We do. 11 seconds ago. This is a replay of what just happened. So you can see BJ McLeod go around there. If you know, zoom in. We'll zoom in real quick. Not long enough to get a copyright strike. If you look at his right rear, it's already sideways when the car comes around. So there was something either broken with that car or the tire was, or the whole wheel was coming off. So that's something. What was that, lap 8 maybe when that happened? Yeah, I had a hard time spelling Justin Allgaier's name there. Yeah, Lee. Took me like 3 tries. I think that was probably a good call to come down for fuel there. Have to take less on the next pit stop if we go green. That sucks for BJ and Casey Mears. Don't feel bad for Byron because he's a Hendrick car. I mean, yes and no. I mean, it means more for the small teams. But, I mean, BJ's team caused that. Lack of race prep for a car to break that early in the race. I mean, it can happen to anyone. But it shouldn't. And if we had more practice time, maybe that wouldn't have been a thing. But, you know, the 500 has the most practice out of any race all year. I feel worse for Anthony Alfredo. Missed the 500 for a guy that wrecked on lap 8. I mean, I think you've seen all the 24 merch I have, so I'm a little biased towards Byron. A little bit. So it looks like there's still, you know, as long as there's no steering damage, Byron will still be in the draft. That splitter might be a little bent, though, and that splitter damage is pretty impossible to get back the way it was once it bends, once it warps. So not great for him. So just a quick replay of why we're under caution already. Here, I think this is on lap 8. BJ McLeod broke a right rear. Something in the right rear broke. Allgaier damage. Byron got damaged. Noah Gragson somehow got damaged. Who's that? Oh, that was Mears. Wasn't that Mears down there on the inside? That's why you mentioned Mears. So it looks like Mears got into the back of Gragson. Why did Kyle not pit? He is in so much trouble. So Kyle Busch is already not happy with John Hunter Nemechek. That was funny hearing that radio. So let me check Discord real quick. So last year they were doing in-car audio. Let's go to the NASCAR channel. They do have the feeds up. Even though I'm not allowed in there for whatever reason. Interesting. So if you're able to make Discord work, you can get the in-car audio free there for certain drivers. They also have the in-car cameras and audio playing on HBO Max for a subscription fee. And then if you were a subscriber to the NASCAR like premium, whatever it is in the app, you can get all the in-car audio there. Here's to see if BJ says it was a tire or a toe link. Yeah, I don't think it was a tire. Unless the tire went down and broke the toe link immediately. When he came around, the toe link was already broken. Or already looked broken. So, I don't think it was a tire failure. If we see another one in the next few laps, then yeah, you may be onto something there. And you know, there may still be a bunch of tire failures, but that wasn't a long enough run. At least I hope it wasn't a long enough run for a tire issue. Watch Byron get in the big one again, or a bigger one. Oh, guys, I got, so King already knows about this, but through my YouTube email, someone reached out, a developer of a game that I've been looking at, and they gave me a free code to play it, and they want me to play it at a specific time because the game's going on sale. So I will be doing a interesting stream probably here in a few weeks. Let me put the leaderboard back up. Let me remove window capture 3. And we'll remove overlay TV. Yeah, simplify things over on OBS. If it's anything tire related, Kyle Busch would probably be next. Not necessarily. I don't think many guys took tires on that pit stop, so they should all be on pretty equal footing there. But Kyle's really going to be in trouble here. He's going to have to take way more fuel if he stops with other people. And if he doesn't, you know, he's just going to ride around and probably go down a lap. So Kyle's hoping for a caution here, I'm sure. Good to see that Greg Biffle 16 back out here. He doesn't really feel a toe issue. That's good, Double A. That's good. Good for Byron. It remains to be seen how his car does, you know, out front, if he can get there. Where's he running currently? So we had a mention of Dale Sr. on lap 2, and now we have a Greg Biffle tribute on lap 16. That was nice. And then last night during the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race, they did a little moment talking about Michael and Neth, so that was good too. Byron there, 32nd right now. John Hunter looks pretty racy. Well, he was ticking off Kyle Busch apparently, so may have some speed in that car if he was bothering Kyle Busch that early in the race. Johnson just riding around in the back right now. We're under a side-by-side commercial. Good opportunity to look back through the field. So yeah, Jimmy just riding around there. We're at a 47, about 47.9, almost a 48-second lap. Let's keep an eye on the lap time. That'll kind of inform us if they're saving a bunch of fuel or not. Byron back up to 30th, but probably just side by side with somebody. Allgaier, after the damage he received, you know, not much damage, but he's currently scored P26th. Here we go. We got the Ford stacking up. Keselowski, Joey, Josh Berry. The Fords were looking really strong in practice. So, I mean, I won't be shocked if they can get out front and control this race for a while. Buescher starting in the rear. Already back up to 18th. He stayed clean so far. That may change. Heavy dark clouds already rolling in the top of the racetrack. Let me check that out for you guys. We have the radar pulled up. We're going to be monitoring this throughout the race. So this last scan was 4 minutes ago. You know, it looks like we still at least have another couple hours, possibly even 2.5 hours. But that remains to be seen. The storm could speed up it could dissipate. They are on the southern edge, so they have a better shot of staying dry. But if this, deviates at all, they're in trouble. That markers the track. And thankfully, this rain seemed to miss them too. If they had to delay the race to dry the track, we would not. I mean, this would have been a big problem. So we're gonna check in on that radar every now and then. Just keep an eye on things. So who is behind Logano? I want to see that. Pull that back out front. So the Fords aren't lined up yet. There is the 21 is helping with Brad, but Logano's out there with Busch behind him, and Busch is probably trying to aggressively save fuel here as much as he can. At least I would be in his position. SVG slowly falling out of top 10. Yeah, I mean, positions, they don't mean anything right now. Now, the stage points, that's important for the chase, to make the chase. But there are no playoff points this year. No postseason points awarded for a stage win. So the only difference between finishing first and second is a single point. We're killing it today. We're killing it if the scammers are in here. Interesting. This is not our strongest stream of the weekend. That was probably either the truck race or the Xfinity race. Side by side, spaced out. The field looks like they're just kind of turning laps right now. At least we're not single file. Why did Kyle not pit? That was such a bad call. Could save 10 laps? No. If the rest of the field's, iffy on making it to the end, Kyle's not, he's not going to make it. Maybe some caution laps could help, but nah. He's in trouble. His best hope is if he can get somebody to pit with him early. But Kyle will still have to take several seconds of fuel extra. So even if he comes in at the front of the front of a pack of cars, he's going to leave pit road last and possibly get left behind. So I could easily see Kyle losing a lap. His best shot is to stay in the pack as long as he can. And then come down pit road and then just try to either just lose a single lap or, do what he can to stay on the lead lap. Because he's up against a wall here. Because if the other guys stay out and he pits, when he exits, the field's going to be coming up on him, very quickly. So look at that. We're already running a half second slower than we were just a few laps ago. They're already fuel saving side by side. Not very racy. Okay, Samir's still running. BJ, the only car that's off right now. Bowman running around in the back. Priest. Johnson's back there taking care of his stuff. Byron's right in the thick of it. He didn't learn anything from that last contact that he received. Justin Allgaier, move up. He's moved back up to 22nd, so not too bad. Looks like there may be some speed still in that 40. Somebody's being very loud outside. If they're pitting earlier, most of these guys are still in the bag. He could come out only one lap down, get the free pass. That's what I was thinking. Unless there's some kind of an accident or someone else, you know, also has issues on pit road, he could potentially be the guy getting the free pass. Everyone else pit, so we might see some guys come in at the very end of the stage, but if they save enough fuel, you know, Kyle might be the only one to drop out and pit. Jordan says he smells a big one coming. They're not pushing around too bad. If one does happen, it'll just be because someone gets loose or cuts down a tire in front of the field. A few pushes here and there, not super aggressive yet. You know, also not a ton of blocking. When you still see separation between the cars, you know, they're taking it pretty easy. But when you start to see them stack up more than 3 cars back, it's okay. Yeah. This is not good. But these cars look a lot more stable so far than the ARCA cars did, than the trucks did, than the O'Reilly Auto Parts cars did. So, looking good so far. It remains to be seen how these tires are going to hold on. Christian has a feeling that we're going to have some tire issues here. I could see that happening. Closing in on halfway. This would be the stage end in the Xfinity race. SVG still holding on to a top 10 spot. So far, Chase Elliott and Joey Logano, they have a 10-point bonus for winning their duel. So they are our points leaders currently. And then whoever wins this stage will jump up pretty high in the standings as of now. It could all go wrong on the last lap. Who knows? Imagine this race was 500 laps instead of miles. It would be a long race. I don't think it would quite go that far. We didn't have a single problem with scammers on our other streams, and they actually had more people tuning in, so that's interesting. All right, back from commercial. Yeah, there's still some good separation. Cars are dancing around. The track definitely showing its age. It only took 15 years for it to start showing signs of age. You have an idea? Speed weeks change for race distances? You can go for it. I mean, I'm all for bringing back some meaningful speed weeks. Right now, we just have a speed week, and it's not my favorite way of doing things. I missed the big buildup, you know, seeing these guys out in test schemes. But the RTA, the Race Team Alliance, they're too cheap for additional practice and testing. So not every problem in the sport is NASCAR's fault. Some of it is just the RTA being cheap. Mark Martin was talking about that on Twitter the other night. I posted something and Mark liked it. So in my opinion, I'm Mark Martin certified now. All right. We're going 3 wide. We're over half a second off the pace now. Almost a full second, really. So we're definitely saving some fuel now. Kyle's not in a great place, especially, you know, when he's going to have to pull down and pit. We're 3 wide all the way back now. It's visually impressive, but they're running a full second off the pack. Did you miss anything good? Just another scammer in the chat. But we took care of that. Arco 100 lapper, trucks 120, Xfinity 140 cup stays the same. I don't have an issue with the distances. I wouldn't mind that. I like seeing more racing. I'm a fan of more racing. All right, let's take a look at another look at our radar. So this update 144 to 244 Eastern. So that's why we have coming towards the track. We don't have any breakaways right here. Not yet. So we're still clean for now. But it's getting closer. Let's just keep an eye on that throughout the race. That was lap 5 when we had that incident. I need to update my notes. Thought that was lap 8. Lap 5. Unless Fox is wrong. I could... They're probably not, but Fox has been wrong quite a bit this year. Putting wrong drivers in the wrong cars with wrong manufacturers. Keselowski just shot down the track. What was that? He almost Cletus McFarland the inside wall. That's what it looks like. It was super windy before the race, so that could just be a problem of the crosswind. Oh no, Kyle got loose. Kyle almost wrecked Keselowski. Kyle should stay in the low line. He's gonna have to pit here. Probably in the next 10 laps. Woo! Depending on how much they're saving. That was a close one. Was that lap 36 maybe? They both saved it. It's a good save on both their parts in a very treacherous part of the track. That was close. All right, we're back 2 wide. So we were 3 wide there for a bit. I guess after that contact there between Busch and Keselowski, the field really thinned back out. I mean, a whole lane disappeared. That's crazy. Byron P19, he's moving up. He's still like 10, 15 rows deep. I mean, he's back there. Yeah, that was just momentary. He's already fallen back out of the top 20. Kyle Busch almost did a Cletus. Yeah, almost. It looked like Brad at first, but once they showed the replay, no, he had some help. He didn't just lose it on his own. That was Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch has a history with the inside wall at Daytona, so that would have been something. Just a reminder, in this current system, this chase system, if you miss a few races, you're not going to make the chase. There's no win and you're in. So you can't have a guy like Kyle Busch miss half the season and still win the championship. No fuel savings? Yeah, they're going back at it. The lap times have picked up a whole second and a half. Now just a second, so yeah, they are running more aggressive currently. That's a good spot, AA. What is it? I don't know if I read this message. Another thing, he wishes ARCA East and West went to more local tracks. They could easily do 20 races in each series, like 25, 28 in ARCA. Comes down to, you know, money and filling the field with competitive teams that can still, you know, put together a safe race car. Safety is, you know, less of an issue at quarter-mile tracks and half-mile tracks, but it's, you know, it's always has to be taken into consideration. Kyle Busch incident reminded you of the 2007 Daytona 500 incident between Kurt Busch and Tony Stewart. Yeah. I could see that. That's back, you know, when the track was still really bumpy. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty similar there. Some good insight from our community here, Christian and AA. All right, Kyle is on the inside line, so Kyle's probably thinking about pitting. Whew, Allgaier up the middle. Joey Logano had something flapping around in the car. They've been like code words or something on that paper. Kind of tell him the pit strategy. Speed is bad. I didn't even see the advertisement there. 47.6, so we're about a half second off the pace again. They're back to a little bit of fuel savings. It's not as egregious as the last few years, but they did have a portion of this stage where they were running, you know, a second and a half off the pace. We're back 3 wide. Chase Elliott's had him scored 11th. He's up in that outside line, just in the 3rd row. Wendy's promo: snag a $1 spicy or classic chicken sandwich with any purchase. February 15th and 16th. I believe that's what it said. Yeah, 15th and 16th in the Wendy's app. Use promo code Daytona. Am I gonna have to ban the phrase Daytona 500 in my stream settings? Take a look at our speeds, where the speed has picked back up a little bit. We're just monitoring that last lap time to see, you know, how much they're fuel saving. Man, Joey Logano's about to drop debris somewhere on the track. All right, where's Kyle Busch? Currently scored P17. He's fallen back quite a bit. They're getting close to Kyle's pit window here. I could see him coming down in the next 10 laps, possibly. Where did Allgaier come from? He shot up the middle. There was a huge gap when the middle line was forming back up here, and Allgaier jumped out of whatever lane he was in and picked up like 5-6 spots. And you know, he's just kind of been following Joey through the middle. And it's working. So that 40 drafts up really well. So now we have 2 Fords on the inside, and then Justin Allgaier. Justin just needs to work with the Fords. It's working well so far. Corey Heim also having a good run so far. He's worked his way up through the field. Not bad. Jimmy's really hanging back there. He's not trying to get involved in a big one yet. He finished 3rd last year. That is such a bad call there for Kyle to stay out. It's not like he kept his track position anyway. That's a bizarre strategy there. Last second. And the Fords are pushing really well. I think Ross Chastain's behind Justin Allgaier. John Hunter Nemechek still in it on that inside line. You know, every once in a while he makes his presence felt up at the front of the pack. So it seems like there's some speed in that 42. Watch Corey Heim. Yeah, I'm big on Corey Heim. I mean, after the last season, you can't deny he has, you know, some bit of talent there. You know, it's not like the truck field was super competitive, but, you know, the way he won a lot of those races was super impressive. And his run at Bristol last year was really impressive, too. In the Cup car. He should be in that 35 car. But Riley Herbst's family bought that seat for him, so. All right, so Kyle Busch does have some people on pit road with him. There's a pack of 4 cars, 5 cars. They're going to have to take a lot of fuel, too. Yeah, he is the most unfortunate car number. Last year, it would have been huge. He would have sold a lot of merchandise. But this year, I think we kind of left that meme in 2025. Kevin Harvick and Mike Joy didn't, I'll tell you that. They bring it up as much as they can. So we have a 4-car breakaway at the front. Chase Elliott is clear. He could pull down to that inside line if he wanted to. It looks like those guys are really committed to the high side. Byron's finding his way back through. Side by side with Allgaier now. That outside line's really falling apart, so there may... My goodness, we almost had a big wreck. My goodness. I think that was the 54 and the 3. That was insane. One of the monster guys, it looked like. But I don't see anyone up there. So now that inside line's really dominant. That outside line just got broken apart by that near big one. So the outside line, the guys that were up there have pulled down to the inside. We could be preparing for green flag pit stops. Interesting, they would pull down to the inside suddenly. Every year that ends in a 6 for the Daytona 500 has been won by a champion or future Hall of Famer. The only times that hasn't happened was 86 and 2016. Not bad. Not a bad stat line there. That's really interesting. So what you're telling me is Martin Truex Jr. will win this race. That's the information I'm receiving. Or does he actually have to participate in the race? William Byron's going to be the first ever Daytona 500. I think you've missed a few words there. I think you mean three-peat? To win 3 in a row? I don't know. It would take a lot for that to happen. It would give me another year to potentially go see his car. 66 was Petty. 76 David Pearson. 86 Jeff Bodine. 96 Dale Jarrett. 2006 Jimmy Johnson. 2016 Denny Hamlin. I mean, Denny Hamlin's going to be a Hall of Famer, so you can, count 2016. So I guess the only year that wouldn't have happened now would be still 86. There you go. 3 times in a row. Austin Dillon going to jump down to the inside. They're getting pretty dicey, shaking up these lanes. We had a near miss there, and these guys are running the inside line. That's the bumpier way around the track out of 4, so keep an eye on that. Biggest movers since restart lap 12. Riley Herbst, William Byron, Justin Allgaier, Austin Dillon, and Alex Bowman. Riley Herbst up 28 spots. So that may have been Herbst there, actually. That got loose near Austin Dillon. Those two almost stacked it up while we were under commercial. That was close. All right, a few cars coming down. Joey Logano pitting. I had a feeling that's why those guys were getting to the inside line. I had a feeling. Are you serious? Oh my, we almost stacked up the field. Byron up into the outside wall again. Almost stacked up Alex Bowman and Connor Zilic. That was really sketchy. Look at this idiot. They're gonna force my hand here. It's the same. They mention the same website like every time. I'm gonna add that to my blocked phrases, or they're gonna keep being idiots. All right, more guys coming down. A lot of Toyotas. So now leading the pack, Chase Elliott, Todd Gilliland, and Austin Dillon, the 3-car breakaway. Oh my goodness. Jimmy Johnson's in the infield. Something happened to Jimmy on pit entry, and he went around. What they'll show a replay here in a second, but Jimmy, what happened? What did you do, Jimmy? That's such a Jimmy Johnson thing to do. That is such a Jimmy Johnson thing to do. All right, I blocked those 2 phrases, so hopefully we don't see any more of that. Yeah, what a crazy thing to happen there for Jimmy. It's not good. Not good. So everyone having to come down and pit, that's really going to save that group of Kyle Busch and whoever else came down with him. It was just a few cars. I'm sure he'll have some kind of a skit at the front of his next stream that mentions Jimmy. Oh my god, Larson almost took out Byron there. He may have just gotten loose, but it looks like he was making a move to the inside. Got into the back of Byron there. Almost sent them both around. That was ugly. So Zane Smith currently scored our leader. Austin Cindric second. So we have a couple Fords up there. Bowman's made his way up. They still have to pit. So where's Joey? There's the Toyotas that just pit further back there. Joey Logano, 30th currently. So they're still making their way back up through the pack. So most of our field has pit already. And where did Kyle Busch shake out in all this? 36th right now, but he is, out of harm's way. He's not going to get any stage points running back here. But they're probably not going to go down a lap this stage. And what happened to Jimmy? 1 lap down. So Jimmy right now is in our free pass position if they do not catch up to Cody Ware. That's a big if. That's a slow lap. 69. That may be his pit lap, though. So Jimmy's going to be... Jimmy went down 2 laps now. Not great. Not great, but there's still plenty of race left. There's no way Byron's going to run 3 in a row at this rate. Yeah. Byron's had a bad day so far. And a lot of times when you see a guy get involved in a few, dust-ups early on, they get involved in a couple bigger ones later in the race. So you're spot on there, Christian. Wonder if their front guys can make it. If they were saving enough back in the pack, maybe. Only 2 to go. They're going to have to, come in here and stop. I mean, I'm sure most of the guys will come in and stop under this stage caution, but they're going to have to take more fuel. But they will get the stage points. You know, in this partial season points format we have here, this chase format, you know, all these stage points really matter. You're not just hoping to get that home run win. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. Glad to have you guys here. Final lap. Will we see? Oh, they're getting a huge run here. So check this out. We'll see if Blaney can get back up there in time to help Austin Cindric. All right, so man, Zane Smith could have gotten a better draft. Zane Smith is going to take stage 1. How about that? This is crazy. Let's take a look at our radar real quick. I just want to, you know, keep an eye on this weather here. This is what we're racing up against. It's getting close. The last time we looked at it, it hadn't even made it to the coast yet. And it's already, you know, it's made landfall, so not like it's a hurricane or anything. Even though we did have a potential hurricane in the forecast a couple weeks ago, scheduled for today, but that fell apart. Zane Smith doesn't surprise you. He looked racy in the duel. He looked good in qualifying. Won the truck series, won the truck races before. He was your pick for duel 2 on Thursday. That's all right. That's all right, Jason. I've done that before. Hey, buddy. Little dogs just sitting next to me. Ew. Time for another bath. His back leg's bothering him. So that's not looking great. This is our last update, so that'd be 3:14 Eastern. So just 2 minutes ago. At this rate, I mean, after stage 2, it's going to be right up on the track. And at that point, we will, I guess, be at halfway. It doesn't seem like there's much rain behind this, but this alone will probably take 2 hours to push through the Daytona area. So you're going to lose 2 hours to rain, potentially. This could, you know, keep, you know, thinning out. Maybe we just get a little bit of rain off of this. We'll have, you know, that remains to be seen. But that's still, you know, 2 hours of rain right there. Then it's going to take another hour or two to dry the track. Probably 2 by the time it pushes through. We just had a Starlink ad on TV. That's super weird. Tesla does not advertise at all. You know, you don't really see Twitter advertisements, and now we do have a Starlink ad. Probably because it's like a really good solution for internet while you're camping or while you're tailgating. Stacey's been here the whole time. That's why Christian's been... Yeah, I used to get ear infections all the time when I was a kid. It's a wonder I never had tubes put in. I know how bad they can be. And they were bad. You know it's bad when the doctor looks in your ear or looks at you when you're going in for a, you know, some kind of an appointment, and they're like, oh my goodness, this is bad. You see the doctor physically wince. It's like, oh dear. Noah ran out of gas. How about that? My dog's trying to crawl up in my lap. Oh my goodness. You silly. You Mr. Silly. You broke your egg roll record. Your previous was 15. Now it's 40. Jason, I think you're gonna get sick here soon. Just watch out, buddy. See if we have anything going on our Twitter page. If we have any replays posted. Stage 1 goes to Zane Smith in 3018. So Zane coming down pit road, leading him down. Let's see where he exits. You want some attention, buddy? You want some attention? Buddy. Say hi to the stream, Doug. Okay. So congrats there. Hocevar getting off pit road first. Hocevar did take 4, so did he get the car full of fuel? That's our question here. Hocevar off first. Blaney, Busher, Suarez, Cindric, Briscoe, Priest, Herbst, Hamlin, and Zane Smith losing 9 positions on pit road. That is crazy. Speed on Fox? So that's what you were talking about. Let's go. I mean, it's not quite the speed channel, but I'll take it. I'll take it. We are so back, boys. NASCAR is so back. We have speed back. That's awesome. So this was our close call earlier. Kyle Busch almost murdered Brad. I don't know how they both caught that. And then when Kyle rejoined the middle group, he almost took out those guys too. Imagine we get through stage 2 at Poors. They call the race. Zane Smith is your Daytona 500 winner. We'll have to see who takes stage 2. 40 egg rolls is insane. It is. 40 egg rolls is insane. Now, this will probably be just a more professional version of Kevin Harvick's happy hour they've already been doing. But if this was an at the track show, oh, it would be so good. There's been a lot of rumblings lately about NASCAR Trackside Live coming back and being broadcast. It's already back at the SMI tracks, so like half of the NASCAR schedule, you can go see NASCAR Live, or NASCAR Trackside Live. Kenny Wallace is there. John Roberts is there. So we have 2 of the originals. And then at the non-SMI tracks, they still do a track show, but it's not the same. What's going on, Miss B? It looks like they have a new TV show that's launching. It says the world of motorsports, so I'm guessing they're going to cover more than NASCAR. It's probably going to be like Wind Tunnel, where they talk about, you know, anything that happened in NASCAR, anything that happened in IndyCar and IMSA. May talk about some F1. But considering Apple TV has the rights to that, probably won't talk as much F1. That's my guess. And this tweet, this was 11 minutes ago. It's a pretty new announcement. Windy. So this is a big deal. This does affect the handling of the race cars, which is great because we need handling to be a factor in this race. Bush Dash for cash? What is that? We're giving away $20,000 throughout the Daytona 500. Tweet hashtag Bush Dash for cash. Hashtag sweepstakes. I want cash. No shot I win, but I'd be okay with that. So this is something that I want to talk about a little bit. If you don't have a traditional cable package or you don't want to pay for a traditional cable package, you can watch the Fox portion of the schedule if you subscribe to Fox One. And there's a Fox One ESPN bundle deal that you can get together. So you get all the ESPN networks, all their stuff live, all the WWE stuff, and all the Fox stuff. So it's a decent option for the first half of the schedule. Definitely a decent way to do it. Probably the cheaper way to do it, legitimately. There's also another option that I used to use last year, and it's $3 for a 24-hour trial. And you can do it as many times as you want. So what I would do is on Saturday and Sunday for the, Saturday races, for the Sunday races, I would just do the $3 trial. So $6 4 times a month. So like $24 for NASCAR coverage instead of paying like $90 to $100 for, some other service. That's US TV now. It's a good option. They don't have very many channels, but you can get most of the NASCAR races. So there's several options out there. I know how expensive cable packages run these days. So check that out. This was a good, fun moment. So it seems like after the stage 1 victory, Noah Gragson ran out of gas. That's crazy. He didn't make it to the end. You see the damage on the rear end there, but good help from a Ford teammate. Barry helping him out. We'll see if that favor gets repaid later in the race. Kevin said they're going to cover everything. That's what I figured. Because the tagline was like, the world of motorsports or something. All right, we're back. Green flag. We're already 7 laps in. 6 laps complete. On lap 7 of stage 2. Go and pull the leaderboard back up for you guys. Let's see if they can keep it clean. And I want to see what their lap time is next time by, so we can monitor how much they're fuel saving. So we have 3 Fords out front, then we have 3 Toyotas in the running order. So we have some manufacturer alliances playing out here. The first Chevy in the whole pack is Michael McDowell in 9th. That's crazy. Oof, buddy, what are you doing? He wants to come back up. Oh, buddy. There was a wrench stuck in the nose after his pit stop. So there's a wrench that has more stage wins than Cody Ware out there now. That's crazy. So I guess that's why they had a slower pit stop, maybe? He lost 9 positions on pit road. Usually you don't see the leader lose that many spots. All right, so the outside, we have 3 Fords. Cedric, Blaney, Busher. Busher coming from the rear of the field. Running up here in the top 5 now. And then we have 4 Toyotas on the inside. Hamlin, Briscoe, Wallace, and Reddick. So 2 teammates from both of the major Toyota teams. 2311 and Joe Gibbs. The legacy guys are further back. Jimmy needs some cautions to get his lap back. Here you go, baby. America's best pit reporter, Jamie Little on it. I'm partial to Wendy Venturini. She works, I think, still with MRN. Okay, he really wants up. I just don't like, you know, all the dog hair that gets on me. And I'm wearing a black shirt. Let him sit in my lap. Yeah, Wendy did a great job for years on TV, and now she's been working with radio for the last several years. She was the prototype for Jamie Little. All right, Hamlin's jumped out to the lead. We know Hamlin knows how to do it here. Career wins, Denny Hamlin 60, Kevin Harvick 60, Kyle Busch 63. So Denny's been catching Kyle Busch quickly. Let's look back through our field here. Who's further back? So Jimmy Johnson still scored a lap down. Jimmy's going to have to outrace Josh Berry here, so there needs to be 2 cautions for both of them to get their lap back. Casey Mears, he's stuck 3 laps down, running slower, so off the pace it looks like. Not great for Casey. Involved in that lap 5 incident. So we're running a 48.2. That's about a second off the pace. So we are in fuel savings mode kind of right here. You'll still see guys give pushes now and then, but they're not running full throttle at the moment. Yeah, even Bubba Wallace, who's leading the inside line, he's running about 50% throttle through part of the track. So not great. Not great. I wouldn't be shocked to see them call it early, especially if we do end up having 2 hours of rain push through. It's going to take an additional 2 hours. So let's say the rain gets here at 4:30 their time, Eastern time. Say it gets here at 4:30, runs for 2 hours, 6:30. The earliest they could restart the race would be 8:30. And that's just estimates, but you know, so it's doable. We could do it, but once they start to add in rain delays, you know, it's going to be taking up airtime that Fox would rather give to the Masked Singer, apparently. So we don't want to see the 500 push to Fox Sports 1. If it's someone NASCAR doesn't want to win, they're going to try to get the race back in. That's the conspiracy theory. Yeah, my dog, he was in my lap for 5 minutes and there's hair all over me. It's not even worth lint rolling right now. He's just going to get in my lap again. Let's take a look while we're under this side-by-side coverage. Take a look at the radar. It's getting there very quickly. There's our update, 3:30. I mean, it's already a third of the way across the state. Now, if it shifts north a bit more, that may buy us some time, and it's close. It's close, but it looks like we're at least going to get some rain. You know, I don't see this pushing all the way north. Let's see the progression here. Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of trending northeast. So I mean, this edge of the storm's probably going to rake across the track in the next hour and a half. We're going to be keeping an eye on that. See if we have any updates here from Fox. No, nothing there. Excuse me. Excuse me, Cody Ware's in the lead. Not anymore. He's leading that middle line. Cody Ware. Let's go. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love our small teams. Curious what determines whether we're shooting for halfway or the end of stage 2. Is it a specific track distance thing? It's just halfway. So we probably don't even have to make it to the end of stage 2. I think the ticket policy is they just have to get to half the distance and they can call it. But we're probably going to finish this stage at least, but stage 3 we may get a lot of rain. Yeah, I have no clue. I was looking at our radar and I look back over and I see Cody Ware's in the lead. Now he's just fighting for a top 5 spot, but he was leading that middle groove. Watch Cody Ware stack the field up. He's not used to running this well. This is sketchy. But with the threat of rain, you're going to see guys race a bit more competitive. We've already picked up a half second. We were running about a half second off the pace, or almost a full second. Now it's back under 48 seconds. So definitely picking up here. All guys are trying to lead that inside line. I know Dale Jr. is happy about that. His former driver, Connor Zilic, helping out. That's awesome. Good teamwork there. I wonder if they have a deal with Trackhouse here to work together. Imagine if the rain comes, we call it Cody Ware as our 500 champion. That would be crazy. I mean, Rick Ware Racing probably has a few, spare cars. But for a small team to lose a car for a full year, that's a pretty big penalty. That's such a weird policy. We're going to impound your car for a full year. Your race-winning car that had, pace enough to win the 500. All right, we're back down a half second, so we've dropped off again. We're fuel saving again. Half second from last lap. Race is going to pick up. The driver's going to make a lot of big moves and mistakes. Now, we still have probably, at least an hour until we have to worry. Oh, my goodness. The Oracle. The Oracle. I called it. I called it. I called it. Fox, once again, too zoomed in to show the whole wreck. That might qualify as a big one. So Austin Dillon, they may be able to get that car repaired. The brother, Ty Dillon, also taken out. Connor Zilic also around. He will get it back going. Some of these guys are going to lose a lap at minimum. So that was not Cody Ware's fault, but Cody Ware is involved. Connor Zilic just... Oh, well, I mean, Cody did cause that. Cody did cause that. He overreacted. Now, you know, Zilic started it. But Cody darts up the track here. So, I mean, Connor's going to get some attention here, but Cody Ware caused that last accident. So, I mean, you see the obvious contact there with Zilic and Allgaier, but Cody Ware just loses it. I called it, what, 2 laps ago, that Cody Ware was going to cause the big one, and he did. I mean, this is kind of a medium one, but still. When you got it, and I got it today. So was that lap 84? Trying to get a lap number for that. Cody Ware needs to retire and never come back to NASCAR. Yeah. Now, Rick Ware is loaded. He could put more funding into that team. He just chooses not to. All right, no replay posted yet. Yeah, nothing there. So as soon as we get a replay, we'll pull that up for you guys. Another look at our radar. So our last update at 2:38. I mean, it's advancing very quickly. Oops. Here's the airport. So that's the track. So to make sure our marker is right on point. At this rate, it's going to be a dash to see if they can get to the end of the stage, you know, especially if we get more caution, slowing the pace of the race down. We may be seeing the Daytona 300. Because at this rate, we're probably not going to restart the race before 7 or 8 Eastern. Still just done going to the garage? That's crazy. Did he have a broken... towing? Something wrong with the steering and the body work? Didn't look too damaged. Pretty hard shot there in the right rear. Back up across the... So they focused here on the 2 Bass Pro guys in the infield while Connor Zilic is sliding back across the track. So we have a replay posted. So here we go. We'll see the contact there between Zilic and Allgaier. And Cody Ware behind just loses it. And Cody doesn't even get the worst of it. Cody continues. That's crazy. So thank you, Cody Ware. Went from leading the race to stacking the field up. Now, that was a reaction to what Zilic did. So, I mean, you could put some blame on Zilic. You might even be able to put some blame on Kyle Larson, but it doesn't look like a bad, you know, push or anything. Several good cars involved. It's crazy the Bass Pro guys taking each other out. Johnny Morris is punching air right now. Casey Mears looking good now, positioned by attrition. That's how it works here at these tracks. That's how it works. So this is why we're under caution currently. Chastain will be the first off of pit road. Man, Fox is just so bad sometimes. They won't show Connor coming back up the track. I'm trying to see if he got into anyone else, and they're just not showing it. Some of the worst production, if not the worst production in NASCAR. That's just frustrating. This is an alternate angle. I like this. Hopefully we get this. There's the helicopter. All right, so Zillage down, up the track. Ooh, some contact there with the... Is that Todd Gilliland or Joey? So it looks like two of the Fords got into the back of each other. Oh, no, that's Heim and I guess Todd Gilliland, maybe. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Christian. Confirming Gilliland. Needs CW to take over. Yeah, the CW needs to take over for Fox. They've had their run. Obviously, they're not serious about NASCAR right now. Like, this is a good camera angle. This is zoomed out, but we didn't get that on the broadcast. This is the broadcast angle. This is crazy. So we're following these two in the infield while Connor Zilic is spinning back across the track. If they had just used a wider shot, we could have seen all of it. So, what's the big deal there? Why are they afraid to show the whole track and zoom out, you know? All right, another update here. Do we have an update to the radar? Not yet. It's getting closer. Let's put that in motion. So let's see when this starts, okay? So it starts at 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. And it runs through 2:38, I think is the last loop. So we're going to pause it on this last loop again. All right, so, I mean, over the course of, 35 minutes or so, it moved from the coast all the way to almost halfway across the state. So, it looks like potentially we might get this stage in, but under the stage caution, we may start to see some rainfall. We need to keep cars on the track. Do not throw the stage caution. Keep them going. We need the vortex theory. Darrell Waltrip is right. So this is why we're under caution at the moment. Yeah. It's going to be a shame that we're not, still green flag. It's interesting. It's sad, but it is the most interesting part of the race when guys start, taking green flag stops. Zilic coming back out. He's going to be a few laps down, right? Take a look at our leaderboard again. Connor Zilic 4 down currently. Back running. Casey Mears also running. Unknown for Dylan and Briscoe. So either they haven't updated their race status or they are in the garage currently. So you'll probably see Zilic pick up a few of these positions. Jimmy is still stuck 2 laps down. Still. So, running out of time. Jimmy could finish in the lead pack, but if he doesn't get those laps back, it's not worth anything to run up there and be competitive. All right, Jimmy got one of his laps back. Looking better. Things are looking up for Jimmy. Things are looking up. We'd probably be done with stage 2 already if Anthony Alfredo had made it instead of BJ. Briscoe had a toe link broke. He's probably in the garage. Yeah. I haven't updated that yet. It's supposed to say that he's out right now, but every time I fix something, I break something else. So we'll get that done eventually. I'm pretty happy with the leaderboard right now. All right, we have him lined back up. 26 laps into stage 2. Let's see if we can get the rest of this in before the rain gets here. Some heavy clouds outside the track. Just a quick look at the radar, guys. Yeah, it's our 12:48 update, or not 12, 2:48 Central, 3:48 Eastern. All right, we're back green. The leaderboard rolling again. Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson lead them away. I could totally see Kyle Larson stacking up the field. For some reason, he just has a hard time giving clean pushes. You do have a suggestion for Carl Long and Casey Mears? Yeah, I think I see where you're going with that. It will be interesting to see another Starlink ad. Are you serious? That's crazy. To see a Starlink ad on the Daytona 500. That's crazy. I did see guys, they had iRacing rigs set up on top of their campers in the infield here at Daytona, and they were using Starlink to race Daytona at Daytona. So Starlink's a pretty cool tool. Pretty cool tool. Denny's really shoving Chastain. I'm just not a fan of how Denny's really upsetting Chastain right now. Denny's effective. He's good at getting to the front, but he is just so careless about how he gives some people pushes. I mean, it was effective. They pulled ahead, but Chastain almost lost it several times. Denny might be racing to the rain. Might not go to Atlanta because they use the car for parts on this car. Rob the parts back off this car for that car to get a new nose and go. Yeah. It's, you know, 2 super speedway tracks in a row, or super speedway style tracks. So it is risky going to Daytona and Atlanta back to back. All right, Zane Smith leading that third lane. Couple Fords. We have Brad Keselowski up high, pushing Zane Smith. Chastain's going to go up and try to block. Now we also have a Ford on the inside. 3 Fords. We have Austin Cindric, Chris Buescher, and Ryan Blaney on that inside. So we have a lot of Fords up front right now. A lot of Fords. And then Chastain out in front of all of them. They're getting really aggressive. We are a second off the pace. Oh, no, we're not. We're running 40. We're not off the pace at all. These guys are running flat out right now. I thought that was 48 seconds. It's 46. Before that last caution, we were running a full second, sometimes 2 seconds off the pace. And business has picked up. Let's see what the teams are looking at. Get another update here. The storm does look like it's condensing and kind of dissipating as it gets closer to the track. So there's a chance, if we're lucky, if we do get rain, it may push through in 30 minutes. It'll still take you know, 2 hours to drive the track, but we might be able to go back green. Might be. We got to get lucky. If this also pushes through, though, they'll probably call it, you know. Keep an eye on things. All right, Cindric out front, Buescher pushing, and Blaney behind. They've moved up to that middle line. These guys are really packed in here. If we have a wreck at the front of the pack, it's going to be a big one. Cindric's trying to block Chastain here. That outside line's pretty strong, but these Fords are working together pretty well. Love this in-car camera. Love this in-car camera. They used to use that one frequently. If you guys are watching the side-by-side where they actual, like, it gyroscopes, so you actually see the banking of the track. That is insane. What a great camera angle. I wish the whole season's production was this detail-oriented. It's still not great. It's still not anywhere near perfect, but they do pull out some extra features for the 500. Isn't Casimir's like 3 laps down? Why is he risking it in the back of the pack? It's a great question. Probably just afraid to lose the draft. Let's look back through the field. Jimmy's still 1 lap down. Casey 3. Connor Zilic 4. And Chase Briscoe back out on track, 10 laps down. Thank goodness they're allowed to come back out on track now. That was a stupid rule to not have that. There we go. It's finally updated. Chase Briscoe, 11 laps down. So Chastain up here and SVG. SVG's on that inside line. So we have 2 Trackhouse guys up here trying to control this race. So we have a lot of Fords versus some Trackhouse Chevys. The Toyotas have fallen further back. They were controlling or trying to control this race for a bit, but Hamlin did not get around Chastain before the field went 3 wide. Yeah, the Fords look really good. They may fall back during pit cycles, but they keep finding themselves back up through the field. Part of why they can do that, though, is the field is 3 wide. So it's much easier to get towards the front when you're not stuck behind, 20 rows of cars. Instead, you're stuck behind 12 rows of cars. Running a 47-second lap, so we're about a half second off the pace now, but that could be just degradation of handling, or they might be saving a little fuel here. All right, Larson up to the high side. Kyle Busch is also back up here threatening. So a lot of Chevys migrating towards the front. Aside from Larson, though, not a lot of Hendrick guys up there. SVG leading the Daytona 500. Didn't have that on my bingo card. Yeah, well, part of the reason, aside from the camera angles being entirely too zoomed in or focusing on the wrong things, they put more money into the 500 because it's their highest viewed race of the season. No other race throughout the schedule gets this close in terms of numbers. And the only other American race that gets close is and surpasses is the Indy 500. And Fox also has that. So Fox has the rights to the two biggest races on the NASCAR Motorsports schedule. Aussie Thunderwood says it's good to see the 97 running in the top 5. That's crazy. You know, he's like the Terminator on road courses. He can't be defeated. But ovals have been, you know, kind of a learning curve for him. So to see him out here leading at a super speedway track, kind of crazy. But, you know, if we see SVG pick it up on the short tracks and intermediates, the rest of the field is in trouble. Christian says he believes everyone thinks they were racing to the end of stage 2 or as long as we can. I mean, the track times have picked up. We were running 47.8s, sometimes over 48 second laps. Now we're regularly getting back under 46 or under 47 into the 46 range. So the lap times have picked up and the shoves are picking up. The distance between the field, you know, they're a lot more compressed lap after lap. So things are getting interesting. Do I have 4 Chevys out front right now? Blaney behind Kyle Busch. I don't know if Kyle's in a good position here. Has a few Fords behind him, so he could get shuffled out. And we also saw Kyle almost lose it earlier, so let's keep an eye on that. But good recovery for Kyle Busch to get back to the front. All right, 25 to go in this stage. Let's pull open the radar real quick. I just want to keep looking at this when we're under side-by-side commercials. Not a ton of movement on the last split of this radar. I mean, just north of the track, they're about to start getting rain. So, I mean, it's getting closer. We're holding off for now. I'm sure once stage 2 ends, you'll just see this rain flood the track. It'll just jump 100 miles. That's how it goes. Whenever we throw a caution, the rain usually picks up. Christian said, fun fact, in last night's Xfinity race, or rather the auto parts race, the whole top 20 at the end of the race were all Chevys. But you said it has to be some kind of a record or something. Yeah, I saw a lot of posts about it being the NASCAR Chevrolet Series. Yeah, absolute crazy stuff. Which, I mean, a lot of the Ford guys wrecked out, the Toyotas wrecked out. Once all the Toyotas crashed, Toyota's media representative actually left the track. I saw one of the reporters post about that, Jeff Gluck or somebody. They were like, yeah, the Toyota media representative just threw us the deuce and left. It's like, okay. I guess if all your drivers are out of the race, you might as well. UFL, almost said USFL, returns March 27th. AJ McCarron, former Alabama quarterback, is the coach now for the team in Birmingham. The Birmingham Stallions, I believe they're called. So Kyle back up front. His teammate, not going to be any help here. So Kyle's got to do it on his own now. And For the moment, he's working together with a Ford and a Toyota behind him. Get in where you fit in. Only 9 cars in the whole field were in Chevys, yeah. You know, with a couple teams switching away from Ford after last season, and only 2 teams filling that gap, we don't have a lot of Fords. And there just aren't, you know, there's only a couple Toyota teams, really. So, not a ton of manufacturer diversity in the lower series. Now we have 5 Rams, though, in the trucks, so that's nice to have a new manufacturer. Former teammate, I mean, that all that means is they know how to race together. When it's business time, even if I'm Denny Hamlin's, you know, mother, I'm not expecting any help to get to the front. If Denny Hamlin was racing himself, he would probably take himself out instead of helping. He is very aggressive at the end of these races, which is why he has 3 Daytona 500 wins. It would be so cool if Brad or Kyle could win this. Or Jimmy, you know, I wouldn't mind seeing Jimmy as well, but he still needs to get his lap back. And he's running out of time. That's right, we are past halfway, running to, well, lap 200 is scheduled, but it remains to be seen if we're going to make it there. All right, we should be looking at some green flag stops here. Now, I know we did have some caution laps, so that may extend the range these guys can go. So do you short pit and take more fuel, or do you run longer? And I don't know. There's different strategies here, but somehow the field usually stacks back up after a few laps. Crazy how that happens. And a lot of times we will see a wreck or a big mistake during the green flag cycle. So just like Jimmy Johnson earlier, got to keep an eye on that. You know, Blaney's lethal at these. One of Kyle Busch's last wins was at Talladega. Larson, you know, historically not great at these tracks, but he's been getting better. He's been running a bit better, and he's not pushing anyone, so he's not a danger to anyone right now. So we have a lot of big names up towards the front. Really, Blaney and Hamlin. Really 2 ones to watch. Busch, he's not going to have any teammate help, but if you look around through the field, there's not a ton of guys lined up with a teammate. So it's working out really interesting. You do see 2 of the front row guys side by side. There's not even a lot of manufacturer support up here. So this has been a unique 500 so far. Normally we really see the manufacturers work together. Now they probably will join back up during pit stops as much as they can. They might join together in the outside wall of turn 4, so who knows? Every lap is a lottery. Michael's probably cursing up a storm right now about Jimmy. Yeah, that's good. You know, I didn't get a single side-by-side during the clash. Every single advertisement was full screen. And during the duels, we only got a couple side-by-sides. So looking back through the field, Jimmy's still a lap down. He's still running good enough lap times. He just really needs a caution. There's no one behind him, though, so as long as Jimmy holds on and keeps it clean, he will get his lap back under the next caution, but we're running out of time. While we're under commercial, let's look back at our radar. So a little more movement there, you know, nothing crazy. So the storm is trending northeast, but not at a great rate. So it's, you know, moving diagonal. So this part of the rain more than likely is going to hit the track at the bare minimum. But this will probably take at least an hour to push through, possibly an hour and a half. And then if you get hit by this, that delays it even more. It's going to take at least an hour, probably 2, to dry the track here. So, you know, maybe the wind would help out. Sometimes the wind will help dry the track really well. But that's only if the wind stays strong. Being right on the coast does really help that, though. So if we do get rain, we probably won't go back green for another 2.5 to 4 hours. You think we're going to make the whole race before the rain gets here? Maybe. We're getting close, but we're going to have, you know, a stage caution. That'll slow things down. And we're, you know, if we have any other cautions, any other big ones, a red flag, there's a lot of ifs. They would have to run green to the end, potentially, to make it. Jason's a tornado chaser. I didn't know that. I've never been chasing, and it's just not a good area to chase in where I live. Brad Arnold is from this area. If you guys know Brad Arnold, a very well-known chaser. But he goes wherever the storms are. You know, he'll be in Texas one day. He'll be in Michigan another. So where we are, it's very mountainous. And there, you know, not a lot of great road systems to follow the storms like there are out in the flat plains of Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas, even Arkansas for most parts of it. Apple Weather says rain should be there by 8. That's, I mean, 4 hours. That's it. So the rain has slowed down. It did push like a third of the way across the state in 40 minutes. But the last few cycles that we've seen updated on the radar, the storm hasn't moved that much. So the vortex theory so far is holding out. So we may not be too concerned with the rain. We might actually get this in. Only have 70 to go after stage 2, so if we don't have a long extended caution, it has a good chance. Yeah, I think you're right on that. The storm, its eastward movement has really stalled out over the last 30 minutes, so it's looking better than it was earlier. TA Storm Chase. We have a lot of storm chasers in the chat. Pretty sure we'll be okay unless multiple lengthy cautions. It's getting that time, you know, as soon as January in the South, you can start seeing tornado outbreaks. We had a little tornado outbreak last night. I saw Evan Freiberger went live today before we went live, covering the outbreak potentially through Florida. Not sure how that went. I haven't seen any warnings. But I think a lot of the state was under a tornado watch. So potential for a tornado, probably not. But Evan said earlier that rain should hit Daytona around 7 to 8. It's already 4 there. I mean, if you think it's going to take 3 hours, I mean, it has stalled out a lot. So they may have hit some kind of a boundary. So maybe it's pushing more north or just, you know, kind of stalled out. But when it was coming onto the coast, it was moving a lot quicker towards the east. So it's looking better that we're going to get it in. But we just can't have any red flags. And we can't have, you know, 5 smaller wrecks either. Those caution laps really slow things down. 24 New Hampshire treatment. And I don't want to alert anyone, but if you look at the weather for Atlanta, as of now, next Sunday, there's a pretty big chance of rain. Now, that'll probably change quite a bit before next Sunday. But there's also rain scheduled for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So there's a chance that at least one of those races gets rain delayed. The teams get to run backup cars if Tornado throws it out of the track under a rain delay. Good night. There's so many campers inside the track. If a tornado was to hit, it would be terrible. NASCAR would probably take off at least a month. I mean, we wouldn't see the light. Oh my goodness. The big one has struck. Oh, this is a massive one. The massive one has struck. Are you serious? Everybody's involved except for Bubba Wallace. I mean, everybody got some. Jimmy's going to get his lap back here. The massive one has struck. This is exactly what we didn't want to see. Shane Van Gisbergen around. Not a ton of damage that we can see. Kind of smoky. Alex Bowman. More damage. He may have an issue. Cindric around. Gilliland, Allgaier. William Byron was around. I mean, everybody got stacked up. That's the massive one. That's not just a big one. That the ginormous one. So Allgaier had a huge lead on the field. Blaney with a really big shove. Oh my God. Allgaier just made a bad move there. He may have not known that Denny was going to make that move to the outside, but I mean, that's completely on Allgaier there. Shane Smith involved. Further back, that might be Eric Jones. I mean, at least half the field was, you know, backwards on this. So there's a good chance whoever it is had an issue. Herps through the infield. I mean, everybody's stacking up. So there's going to be a lot of damaged cars here. Probably maybe some debris they'll have to clean up. Yeah, you can see debris flying around. Yeah, I mean, a lot of our front runners gone. Now, a lot of these guys are going to get their cars back going. These next-gen cars are really resilient. It just remains to be seen who's going to have steering damage, who's going to have to go to the garage. Oh, Alex Bowman made it through for the most part and got contact the last second. I mean, he was around and already had some damage, but he received a big shot to the front end. Kyle Larson around. Golly. Ross Chastain almost ran the Rolex 24 course. Christian said the Bubba fans are praying for rain, trying to get him his fluke Daytona 500 win like the Daygo win. I don't call his Daygo win a fluke because for the reason that Bubba usually runs pretty well here at the plate tracks. Yeah, big bump there to the front of John Hunter Nemechek. Chastain looked like he stayed pretty clean. So did Corey Haim sneaking through, looks like. This is interesting. So as they run, Brad scored 20th. Jimmy's going to get his lap back under this caution. So you'll see Jimmy jump probably a few of these guys that are on pit road. Right now, the last car scored in the lead lap, Alex Bowman, SVG, Austin Cindric, Todd Gilliland. I mean, these guys were, you know, pretty heavily involved. Allgaier started it. Just a bad, but he had such a good run last year to make a bonehead move while leading. Now, Denny maybe shouldn't have tried to take him on the high side there, but that's on Allgaier and his spotter. You got to call that out. If you have a guy making a move to your outside, you don't try to crowd him up against the outside wall. That's not going to turn out well. And obviously it didn't. So very disappointing decision there from one of our veterans. So now they're scored 2 laps down. Jimmy's also scored 2 down. That may update. There we go. Yeah, they broke the leaderboard for a second. Allgaier 2 down, Gilliland, Cindric, Bowman. So some of these guys are not going to get their laps back before the end of the race. I mean, these guys, several of them are going to be out of contention. They may still be up in the pack pushing, but they're not going to be a threat to win unless we get a bunch of cautions, and we don't have time for that. Bubba out front currently. Blaney, John Hunter Nemechek, he's going to have to pit and repair the front end. Hurst went through the infield, may have some damage. Heim made it through clean. Reddick may have made it through clean. I know Byron went around. We had several cars involved. Several cars. Looks like the ones that received more extensive damage have gone down a lap. So it seems like everyone else continued. Hocevar's been really quiet. Really quiet. He was in our O'Reilly race. He was in the truck race, and just nowhere to be seen right now. Hanging out with McDowell. Not sure if they were involved. So, I mean, it's looking a lot better for Toyota right now. 23 up here. 40, the 42 will probably get repaired. The 35, if he has any damage, they can probably repair that. Corey Heim got through. Reddick got through. You know, Hamlin's still a threat. He's, you know, always a threat here. So, I mean, it's looking really good for our some of our Fords. Kyle Larson's car is he's not competitive. Bowman's out. At least gonna have to take a trip back to the garage. So 2 of the HMS guys completely done. Allgaier done for the day, or at least going to the garage, having to get towed back. So Justin Allgaier he's riding in his car on the back of the wrecker. That I have not seen that. I've not seen a driver ride in the car back to the infield. So Denny didn't really receive much damage there, even though he is partially at fault for that. I mean, ultimately the blame lies with Allgaier and his spotter. But that was a really aggressive move because, I mean, it wasn't a full lane open on the outside. Allgaier was never that far off of the outside lane. So not a great move. He was probably expecting Allgaier to do the smart thing and pull down to the middle line. Yeah, Allgaier did look pretty upset by that. So, I mean, clearly they're blaming Hamlin. And Hamlin does have some blame there. But I'm not going to put it entirely on him. Allgaier should not have made that move back to the high side. Should have just taken the loss there, moved to the inside. All right, so we do have some replays. I'm sorry, it was a little slow on that. Posted it 46 seconds ago, so we didn't miss it by too long. As Denny's view, so a little hit there on the rear, but it looks like overall he made it through really clean. So there's probably still going to be quite a bit of speed in that 11. So let's look back at this, okay? Let's break this down. Denny gets this run, and right now, for a split second, there is a lane, but there's no room against the outside wall, no room against the inside, so there's no margin for error, okay? And, I mean, you can see Allgaier didn't move that far back up the track, okay? So it's not like this was super egregious. This all happens in less than a second. I mean, that is just a split second there. So he has this run and Denny takes it to the outside, and Allgaier, he doesn't even come back up the track much. Just a couple inches, and they're both in the wall. So Denny, I mean, super aggressive move to ride the wall like this, because if you look, as soon as Allgaier gets into him, as soon as they make contact, Denny's already in the outside wall. So, I mean, that's one of my problems with Hamlin. He's always a threat to win at these tracks. Always a threat to win. Because he knows how to make it to the end. But when he's trailing someone, he has no regard for their or the field's safety. He's looking out for himself. He's not trying to make it, to the end of the stage. He's not trying to make it to the end of the race. He's looking out for Denny, And oftentimes, if you cause the wreck, you're not going to be involved in it. But, that's not true for Allgaier there, obviously. It's just, that's so fast. Right now, you go back this far, they're still lined up. Looks like he's just going to come up and help. And last second, I don't know why Allgaier dipped down the track there, but he tries to crowd back up, and they just stack up the field. So it was a bad decision, especially for Allgaier there, but it was so fast. But Denny, really aggressive move to the outside that put Allgaier in that situation. So it's a cause and effect. I put more of the blame on Allgaier and his spotter, but it's so fast. There's not really much you can do. Because if you're the spotter, you're up there in the stand, you're seeing this happen. I mean, are you able to make that call in less than a second? That is so close. So, just a racing deal at the end of the day. Not anything super egregious by either driver. But it did end up stacking up half the field at least. What a race. Save that one. Did they remove the Okay, no, there's the in-car. View from Joey. Gonna bookmark all of these for our post-race. So those of you that are new around here, after the race, whenever that is, whether that's during our whether that's the scheduled distance or whether it's for rain, we're gonna have our post-race show. Now, I don't have the script. I just usually put in a placeholder. So I have Ryan Blaney in as our placeholder right now. And right now, at the moment, that looks like a pretty good pick. He's in second. He's in second there. Was there a car below Denny before we got to Allgaier? Didn't look like it. I would have to go back and watch the zoomed out replay. Further down there might have been. White, good to see you again. Jeff Wright. Sam Hamlin was getting pushed. They were sending it. Yeah, it just happens so fast. This isn't racing. This is morning rush hour traffic with a touch of demolition derby. Yeah, Tony Stewart would agree. Junior will send the 40 back out for revenge. That would not be a smart thing to do. I don't know what the rule is now. Like, if you get towed back, are you able to re-enter the race? Because before, if the wrecker touched your car, you were done. But I know they relaxed those rules a bit. Involved in wreck, Smith, Allgaier, Custer, Nemechek, Jones, Bowman, Gibbs, Hine, McDowell, and Shane McGisbergen, who did lead this race. John Hunter Nemechek led a lot of this race. Justin Allgaier was out front. Zane Smith was out front. So a lot of competitive cars taken out just in an instance. Rob says you can depend on Denny Hamlin for one thing, a wreck. Should have been banned years ago when he almost killed Newman. The thing that really ticked me off that day about Denny Hamlin, and I carried this grudge for a while, he was doing donuts just 100 yards down the track from where Newman's carcass was laying. We thought he might have been dead. They brought out the sheets to block the view from the grandstands. It looks really bad. If you see a guy that's in that bad of a condition, you don't do donuts 100 yards down the track. That was just a total lack of awareness. Total lack of awareness there. That really irritated. And yeah, that was Ryan Newman was the most Googled athlete in the United States that year, just from that one day. Pretty crazy stat there. Fox might be starting to come back to their pre-2020 self. No, Warren, no. I mean, maybe they're going to make some improvements this year, but remember, they're dumping all of their eggs in the basket that the majority of people tune in for the Daytona 500. You know, it's the most viewed NASCAR race of the year. So the 500 coverage is always more special, always has more production value. They're doing it in 4K. We're probably not going to see very many more 4K races this season. Maybe a couple. I would love to see it every week, even though I'm not currently watching in 4K, but I'm going to rewatch the race afterwards. Watch it in 4K. Is the race over? No. You just had a massive... No, I just have the post-race up to show it. Got distracted. After the race, we're going to have our post-race show going. And if you want to text in or call in that number on screen, you can text in your thoughts, or you'll be able to call in towards the latter half of the post-race show and share your thoughts on the race, share your thoughts on the season, what's happened this weekend, just anything NASCAR related. You know, give you guys a few minutes. I'm going to try not to drag out the calls very long. Try to keep things brief, but that's why we have the text line now. So if you prefer to text over calling, you can text in your thoughts and we'll read it on stream. Some of them I might have to censor a little bit, but yeah. That's just a preview of what's to come after the race. Looks like is that the car on the Harley J. Earl Trophy? So Bubba got stage 2. Now he did. '27 car pile up. The video from the back of the pack. Watch the blue car. It's Casey Mears. He locks him up trying to miss the crash and just blows the left front. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a side effect of having the low profile tires. That wouldn't have happened with the old smaller wheel, bigger tire. Wouldn't have happened. We've had a huge increase in tire failures, guys getting stuck, and you know, wheels falling off since we went to this bigger tire, lower profile, and with that single lug. You know, just pretty much every decision NASCAR made with this Gen 7 car was the wrong one. The only place that improved the racing was the intermediates. Short tracks are worse, road courses are worse, super speedways are worse. That's what they get for not testing, for not actually doing multi-car tests. The majority of next-gen testing was single-car runs. So they didn't get feedback from the drivers on how the thing actually drove. And thank goodness they increased the horsepower to 670, because initially we were going to have 550. We would have been packed up plate racing at every single track outside of Martinsville. That would have been a disaster. Let's look at that replay. This is why we're under caution. This is what brought us here. So, I mean, it looks really bad just at a glance on Allgaier, but this happened in half a second. The reason why I put some of the blame on Hamlin is look how far he shifts up the track. Blaney's still kind of in line with Allgaier. Everyone else behind is still kind of in line. Denny's trying to force it, potentially because of his experience. He assumes Allgaier's going to go down to the inside line. So I see why he tries to do this, but there's no room for error. He's up against the wall. So you bring it forward even just like half a second. They've only moved 60 feet, if that. They're already together. Then he's in the outside wall. Nowhere he can go. And that just stacks up the whole field. So, I mean, if that was more egregious, if Allgaier had just come back up the track after being all the way down low, then you blame that on Allgaier. But this happens so fast. There's not much a spotter could do. And, you know, so there's partially a bad decision on, you know, everyone involved on their, you know, parts. So let's look at our radar real quick. Let's take a look and see where the rain is. Okay. Getting closer. This is exactly what we didn't need to see. Tiberium, good to see you, man. Good to see you. White said Blaney crunched up his nose a little. Yeah, it looks like whenever some guys have a little front end damage, they're able to really smooth that back out. Byron's car, for example, early damage, but they were able to really smooth that out. But we haven't seen Byron even near the front since that happened. So, you know, maybe not as aero efficient as it used to be. Christian says he'd love to see ARCA go to 2 NASCAR tracks again. Want to hear what they are? I would love to hear it. I think less tracks should have 2 dates. Phoenix probably shouldn't have 2 dates. You know, it's a part of the West Coast swing. If we had kept Fontana Auto Club, you know, that remains. Still has a date, probably. But Chicagoland, with this Gen 7 car, even with the Xfinity car, one of the best tracks, along with Kansas. So they need to keep their dates. You want to see ARCA go to Atlanta and Texas? I don't know how many plate tracks ARCA could go to and not bankrupt the sport. Because they already raced at Daytona once and at Talladega once. And that's too much for some of these teams to tear up, you know, 2 cars in a season. If we went to Atlanta, they'd be tearing up probably 3 cars at minimum. So Zane Smith taking stage 1. Let me update my notes. It's been a while since I've done that. All right, it's lap 124. I completely misspelled Bubba Wallace's name. I called him Boobab Wallace. Misplaced the second, or misplaced the A, misplaced the second B. There we go, Bubba Wallace. So I have my notes up to date. Look at this radar again. It's getting close, guys. Now, we're turning about 47, sometimes 46-second laps. So we can run, what, 4 laps in 3 minutes, about. So extrapolate that out. We could get this race in the next hour if we ran green to the end. But that's a huge if. We have 2 picks for Ryan Blaney. Let me remind you guys, after the race, we're going to have our post-race show, which you'll be able to text or call in. I have Ryan Blaney currently on the banner. He wasn't my pick per se. I just, whenever I put a placeholder up there, I pick somebody who has a good chance. You know, they're not necessarily my favorite to win. But right now, Blaney's looking pretty good. That rain's getting awful close. Awful close. I like the call here to take more fuel. Yeah, with 66 to go, if we stayed green for the majority of the race, we're going to get this in. But if we have a few more big wrecks like that, it's going to put us in danger of this race getting shortened. because I don't think they would restart the race with 10 to go. 20 cars. It's a big one. That's a big one. 21 years of trying, called by Mike Joy, will feed generations. I hope it's Brad or Kyle. I want to see a big veteran win this, you know? I mean, if Jimmy could get up there, Jimmy has his lap back. He finished third in last year's 500, so, you know, he had some really bad luck for like 8 years in a row at Daytona. And last year, he finally broke that streak of having bad runs. And next year will be his final scheduled Daytona 500. So we'll see Jimmy take one more crack at it if things hold on. Byron is not out, just back in the pack. He also spun, got some damage on that last caution. And his car was already weakened from an earlier accident. And he's been in the wall a couple times and all this stuff. So I'm not sure what the status on Byron's car is. Village pretty heavily involved. 5 laps down, 2 laps down, SVG. So SVG potentially could get his laps back, but it doesn't look good. Allgaier 11 down, but back unknown. So they're working on the car. These 3 haven't declared out yet. BJ McLeod, the only car out of the race currently. All right, we have 2 Toyotas out front. Corey Heim. I wouldn't mind seeing him get the win, even though he's in a Toyota. Pit cycles. You know, Heim was one of the few guys that made it through. So that really helps. But just how the pit cycled out. And some of the guys further back ended up taking extra fuel on that during that last caution cycle. So I like that call if you're further back. Take as much fuel as you can. Ton of Starlink ads today. I am super surprised to see them advertising, but I mean, Starlink's a great service. If you live out in a remote area that doesn't have fiber, if you're camping, if you're out on a boat, you know, there's tons of uses for Starlink. They have a portable version, and then they have a home version. They have a business version. I mean, it's good stuff, and it's getting better. You know, pretty much every week they're launching more satellites, so coverage gets better every single week. During the hurricane that impacted the Carolinas really heavily, a ton of Starlinks were sent over to support. And early during the Ukraine war, a lot of Starlinks were sent over to help support their effort. We got a modified in the back of the field. One of them was Larson. They took off the right front. We're 3 wide. 3 Toyotas leading. Bell on the outside. We have 2 2311 cars leading the inside and middle groove. So Toyotas are looking really good right here, but there's still a long way to go. A long way. And they can't stay 3 wide. You know, eventually they're going to have to pit if we stay green. So how would, you know, guys 3 wide get single filed out to make it to pit road together? Business has picked up. Chris Buescher's up there. Brad Keselowski's still up there. Jimmy Johnson running 12th. I mean, we have some exciting names up here. Where's Kyle Busch at? Back in 24th. Not looking great right now for Kyle, but you got to remember, he's only in 24th. He's, what, 8 rows back currently? So not too far back, but still behind 23 other cars. If we were on green long enough, we'll know who's the modified because he lost the draft. Well, one of them was Larson. If there's another out there, I wouldn't be surprised if there was, but one of them will be Larson. It'd be awesome if they just had easily swappable front ends. I remember they used to, I think during the COT era, they tested that out, having replaceable body panels. And so you would see a guy get their front end taken off. They would put an unpainted one on the front and keep going. I guess the reason why they don't do that, probably cost savings. All the bad decisions in the sport are directly tied to cost savings. So we have 4 Toyotas up towards the front. Ton of support there. The next best manufacturer up front would be the Fords. So we have Toyotas, Fords, and then the Chevys are more split apart. Our highest running Chevy is our newest Chevy, Cole Custer. Maybe SVG or Zilich. Yeah, it could be either one of those. They did receive a fair amount of damage. With how many more laps Zilich is down, I wouldn't be shocked if it was him. So they say we're not under commercial during this Toyota Racing All Out, but this is a Toyota commercial. So, I mean, it's not true. Man, the front end on the new Camry just looks ridiculous. Cars are getting uglier. On average, cars are getting uglier. I've seen some clunkers in this last model year. Just, they're trying to go to this futuristic electric style vehicle. Like, even ones that aren't electric are looking like electric vehicles, and it just looks cheap and tacky. Looks like a poorly made Matchbox car. All right, are we fuel saving here? Yes, we are. We're up 2 seconds off the pace right now. They're trying to save. We're running up against rain, possibly. Let's take a peek at our radar. So this is what we're dealing with. It's getting closer. It had stalled out for a bit, but now it's actually making some eastern progression. So luckily they're on this southern end, but the bad thing about that is this whole string of rain could push through. So it could still be raining there at 8 p.m. So, I mean, we're running to the rain. So if we don't make it to the end, they're going to call it, in my opinion. That's getting close. We're going to keep an eye on that. It's Heim time. I'd be okay with Heim winning. Out of the guys up front, I would rather Heim take it. I think Bell has, you know, the talent to be the Denny Hamlin after Denny leaves. To be a guy who's winning in these JGR cars year after year. I'm just really waiting for a breakout performance. Last year, he won 3 in a row. That was impressive. But then he had a really quiet summer period. Didn't really do anything after that. Heim needs to get rid of Herbst and go up with Bell or Bubba. Herbst isn't a good pusher. You can see it. Herbst did have some damage earlier, so that could be affecting the structural integrity of his car. You know, these carbon fiber bodies, you can only bend them and damage them so many times before they start to crack. Those fibers start coming apart. So you can get away with a few bumps, but eventually you're going to have one too many. And you're not going to have the same stability on the body. Jimmy's coming. Yeah, it's good to see him run well. I would love if Jimmy won. Even though he's in a Toyota, it would just be so cool to see Jimmy get another 500. But I want a veteran to win. And I would prefer a veteran who doesn't have a win. So I want Busch, Brad, you know, one of those two to get it. Dude, the rain is getting close. Just I'll take another peek at this. We're running up against rain here. So as a reminder for those of you that are new around here, after the race, we will be going live with our post-race show. You will be able to text and call in, share your thoughts, and then afterwards, you know, we'll upload that as its own separate video after it goes through some editing. But yeah, looking forward to that. But until then, we're going to keep with the live coverage. Oh, they had a salute to Dale. I was talking over that. Nice to see. Oh, they have an angle from pit road of that last big one. All right, let me scroll through the leaderboard here. Let's check on everybody further back. SVG, and it's going to take a couple cautions for him to get back on the lead lap. He's not going to race his way back up there. Michael McDowell, our last car scored on the lead lap. Kosovar. So these guys are still hanging around. I wonder, do they just not have the speed, or are they just really expecting one more huge crash? Because these two have been working together very well throughout the race. And very well in the, I think it was the truck race they worked together. William Byron, since that early accident, he hasn't shown a ton of pace. I think the highest we saw him after that was around 12th. Kyle Larson's running a modified currently. Byron also received damage on that last caution, so kind of surprising they're still near the main pack because Kyle Larson's missing his front end. That's crazy. John Hunter Nemechek, you know, promising day, just didn't go his way. Kyle Busch trapped back here. I didn't see him get a ton of damage during that. I didn't know if he was involved. I don't think he was. But he's trapped further back, so maybe he's trying to wait for the big one. But no matter where you're at, you can be the leader. You can be the guy in 27th. You have an equal chance of getting wrapped up in it. Because that last one started from the lead, so keep an eye out on that. Yeah, still race being controlled by the Toyotas. They're just pacing the field. They're really, and look, we're running 50.5 lap time. That's about 4 seconds off the pace. 4 seconds off. This is slower than the trucks. This is slower than ARCA. This is slower than the O'Reilly Auto Parts series. This is stupid. It looks cool, and it's a part of the strategy, but it's not racing. This is rush hour traffic on the interstate, you know, just gridlocked. It was oh my goodness, now we're at 51-second laps. We're about 5 seconds off the pace now. That's crazy. You know, it's entertaining to watch them three wide, and it increases the risk of what's happening. So it is better than watching them single file, but watching them 5 seconds, 6 seconds off the pace, this is kind of ridiculous. Golly. Is that Cody Ware further up? Yeah, Cody Ware running 16th right now. How about that? Blaney really fell off after that last cycle. He wasn't scored second. He may have been one of the cars that took extra fuel I like that call. Kyle Busch stalled back here. Byron has started to fade. Looks like some of these guys are losing the pack. Probably the ones that are single-filed behind the pack. So disappointing Daytona 500 defense for Byron. Just a bad day from the start. Yeah, Byron's the first car that's really behind the pack. If not Larson. Yeah, Larson's the first car behind the pack now. John Hunter Nemechek, a ton of tape over the front of that, the nose of his car. A ton. Gragson up here having a good run at it after receiving damage in that early incident on lap 5. Jimmy and Brad, the last of the old guard here. That and Kyle Busch. And you could throw Denny Hamlin into that mix easily. Business is picking up. They're running 3/4 throttle, probably even less at some parts of the track, because we're running 52-second laps. So they're probably about 50% throttle for a lot of this track. Because when we were running about 1.5 to 2 seconds off the pace, they were running at 57%. Which I'm not sure how accurate their throttle trace is. I've heard people claim that it's not super accurate. I think Kevin Harvick's commented on that. This is crazy how slow we're running. We did pick it up a full second that last lap, but we're still 5 seconds off the pace. This is the fault of the next-gen car. They've got to fix it. And it's not going to be like, they can't just change one or two things. This car was fundamentally, from the ground level, designed wrong. They're going to have to scrap this car completely. They can keep some of the stuff. They can keep the rear view cameras. They can keep the composite bodies, but this is not it. The truck race so far, probably the best race all around, which is wild. The O'Reilly race was really entertaining until the last lap, and then it was really pathetic. These guys, it's like they want Austin Hill to win every O'Reilly race. Austin Dillon rolling around with no hood and fenders. It's good they're still out there. If this was just last year or 2 years ago, a lot of these guys that are still running would have been ruled out, because if you had to be taken by a wrecker or be assisted back around, your day was over. So it's good they've changed that. That was pretty ridiculous. So as they run, Austin Dillon can jump up to 37th position. So not too bad. Bowman declared out. These guys that are full-timers, they're going to start off with a huge points deficit if they didn't, win one of the duels, or if they didn't get any stage points. So Alex Bowman here, with some of these guys that are getting stage points in stage 1 and 2, and on top of that, just finishing well, Bowman's in a really bad place. And if he wrecks out again next week in the Atlanta race, which is very likely, or not likely, but it's possible, very possible, he's going to be in a 2-race deficit, potentially. So these guys are in trouble. Todd Gilliland, Alex Bowman, they really need to watch out. Dillon's going to be in a pretty big hole, too. SVG, it's not looking like he's going to get his laps back. Now, we could have, an outbreak of cautions at the very end of this race, as long as the rain holds off. They're just still aggressively fuel saving. That outside line, even though it has more cars in the outside line, it's kind of fallen back. They're dead even with the second place car now. All right, they're coming back up, though. We're running 52nd lap, so it's picked up a little bit. They've picked up the pace by a second again. Yeah, we're running 50 flat instead of 51s and 52s. Now Christopher Bell's shown as our leader. I mean, they're just dicing it up between the Toyotas at the front. It's just how are all three Toyotas, all three lines, going to get to pit road at the same time? They're going to have to work that out with the spotters because the manufacturers are going to try to pit together. Mike says done with plate racing. Well, this is technically tapered spacer racing. We don't have plates anymore, but the tapered spacers serve the same poster. They serve the same job. I read. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Serves the same thing. You know what I'm saying? This race has been good until this green flag run. Yeah, this is probably the worst run so far. It is the longest stage, so they're more aggressively fuel saving. We have picked back up to 49 seconds now, so another second up. But we're still 3 seconds off the pace. This Gen 7 car is just absolute garbage. But if there's an entertaining finish, most people will forget this third stage. That didn't happen. Oh, it was a great race because the last lap was exciting. So we'll see what happens in the last lap. And if someone they don't like wins, you know, if you don't like the driver that wins, you're going to think lesser of the race unless you can see through your bias. Now, let's take a look at the weather again. Oh my goodness. It's getting close, boys. It's getting close. We are racing. I mean, if we get a caution here, we're in trouble. Especially if it's a big one. You could easily see this thing end with 10 to go under the, you know, the wrong circumstances. They're calling the race whenever it rains. I don't think they're going to restart with 10 laps to go after driving the track for 3 hours. You like the Gen 7 car? Well, most people would disagree. The only place the Gen 7 car runs well are the 1.5s. That's the only place. Martinsville went from one of the most exciting tracks to being one of the worst races of the year. The Gen 6 plate package was really entertaining during like the 2019, 2020, around that time period. Really huge runs, really fast cars. And now we've gone to running, you know, 20 miles per hour slower. If your name's most people, then your comment's correct. If it's not, then no. £108 fuel can. That's crazy. All right, I'm going to throw the leaderboard back up, and I'll be right back. I'm going to step aside for a second. All right, welcome back, ladies and gents. I'm just gonna keep the radar up on my end. Keep an eye on it. If it gets any closer, I'll let you guys know. It's moving closer steadily. Hopefully the nearest edge, I'll show you guys real quick. Hopefully it moves up a little bit. Hopefully this shifts up north of the track, and we're racing to this portion of the storm. So we need this to trend a little higher, and it may skirt right by the track, but that may buy us enough time to get the whole race in. I've probably streamed like 20 hours the last just like 3 days, over the last 3 days, and maybe more if you go back to like, I guess, Thursday. Pit cycles coming up. Yes, you'll know when pit cycles are about to happen. When we already see some of the Toyotas trying to get to that inside line, so it looks like the Toyotas are preparing to pit. Yeah, so once you'll see the lanes go from 3 to probably more guys running 2 wide instead, and you'll see an urgency of guys trying to get to the inside line. That'll signal we're about to come. The fact that Bell is on the inside, Heim's on the inside, that tells me the Toyotas are trying to get together for their pit stops. And one penalty here could end your race right here. This race is crazy. I mean, it's something. That's for sure. What are our lap times currently? That rain's getting closer. Running 48 seconds. So we're about 2 seconds off the pace right now. So we're still fuel saving at this stage. We were 5 seconds off at one point. So very aggressive fuel savings. Not a fan. NASCAR said they were considering going to a smaller fuel cell to keep this from happening. But they've tried that in the past, and it's just too many pit stops. You spend half the race on pit road. Noah Gragson's getting antsy. Great run for Noah Gragson at this moment. Brad's moving back up as well. Jimmy Johnson on that inside line. I like that call. I think that's one of the safer places on track. I mean, sometimes, you still get involved, but you have more options to escape a wreck than you do on the high side or in the middle. All that sponsors and money. I mean, they're the ones who make the sport possible. Without sponsors and without the money, we would not have a race right now or a broadcast. That is for sure. We can't ignore the good things that have happened this race. We've had some good racing. The fuel savings didn't get this aggressive until the third stage. And would you rather have them 3 wide fuel saving, or would you rather have them single file running a freight train for 180 laps? Because that's what we had for several years. No passing. It was just single file. As soon as you pulled out, you dropped to the back. Saw that a bunch. Personally, it's more interesting if we're just stalling for time and these guys aren't, all out, then I would rather us have 3 wide than a single file freight train. But it's a shame that it happens at all. What they need to do is make the car, handle worse. And they need to try to reduce the drag a bit. Or maybe put a bigger spoiler. We need something where these guys can generate runs on the leader. Because if you pay attention, I'm sure all of you guys have noticed this, there's no more shake and bake. There's no more slingshotting around the guy in front of you. That doesn't happen. Because as soon as you pull out, you hit this wall of air. These cars have more drag than a brick. So there's so many fundamental problems with this Gen 7 car, but it's not all bad. This isn't the worst thing that could happen. Your quote from the other day, Heim should go in the 500 to prove Toyota's making a mistake. Might actually happen if Heim wins this race. I like Heim. I mean, he seems like a good guy, so that helps. But he had such a season, and to see him done as poorly as Toyota's done him, it's infuriating. If I'm Corey Heim, if my phone rings and it's a Ford team or a Chevy team, sorry, Toyota. Our contract's over. Single file was a form of protest. Depends on what year you're talking about. So they went with a lower downforce package for a while, and so the cars were so unstable they didn't want to go side by side for 200 laps. So the most stable way around the track, the least wheel input, is the high side. So you would see a high side train form. Now, we've seen this for the last 30 years. Every time NASCAR makes a change to the aero package, the look of the racing changes. I'm just not a fan of this current one. I would rather have the tandem racing, the two-car tandem, than what we have right now. Because at least there were big runs, and you never knew who was going to be up in the lead the next lap. Because you may have a guy go from 20th to 1st in 3 laps. The car pushing behind, just overheating, shooting out water. It was amazing. But people didn't like that because it didn't look like the pack racing they'd gotten used to. Yeah, it would be a great story if Cole Custer, single car team, new alliance with Hendrick Motorsports, if he could somehow get this win. Dennis, that's an interesting comment. That's an interesting comment. If we could study your brain to find out how you came up with that, I'm sure we could learn a lot. All right, still, Toyota leading that middle line. Toyota's on the inside, so the Toyotas have more control over this race. And it looks like Bell is intentionally staying a bit back to give Wallace the option to pull down. All right, Bubba actually has made the move to the inside line as soon as I mention it. Bubba's to the inside, so we have Fords in the middle. We have a Ford on the outside pushing a Chevy. So you have a mix of manufacturers. Then we actually have 4 Toyotas together. And Elliott breaking them up. It would be 5, 6 Toyotas in a row. So a lot of Toyotas on that inside line. If I'm Chase, I'm going to consider working with them. At least pitting with them. Because if all the Toyotas pull off, Chase is going to drop like a rock. He's not going to have anyone behind him or anyone in front of him. He's going to be in trouble. Running 49-second laps, really like about 50-second laps. So we're almost 4 seconds off the pace. I think I know where he was coming from. I don't think he's a big fan. Just a weird comment, like you hear about TDS. I think that's a symptom. Bringing up the president when he's not in the conversation. I think that's a hallmark sign. We don't traditionally talk a lot of politics on this channel. So the race speed picked up a full second that last lap. All right, let me look at the radar real quick. Keep you guys posted on the weather. Oh my goodness. Check this out. 24 to go. So we're looking at probably, if we stay green, potentially like 17 to 18 minutes. So it looks like we're going to get the race in, barring a big caution, and we're probably going to get one. You know, just statistically speaking, we're going to get one more big caution. Under 20 to go. I think Larry Mack's fact is, you know, usually at these plate tracks, within the last 25 laps, that's when we see our last caution. If we get 2 cautions, we might be in trouble. But this is the track. You can see the tri-oval there. Just outside the track. Seeing this pick up. So it's so painful because if it was just, you know, 50 miles north, not even, I mean, you could just be a few more miles north and this would all blow by the track. It wouldn't be an issue. So thank goodness NASCAR moved up the time by an hour. We might potentially get this whole race in, but it's getting close. Yeah, exactly, Double A. A lot of times I'll be saying something and I look over and you've already typed it. It's like, oh man, we're on the same wavelength. Christian's more outside of the box. He'll bring something up, and usually he's right. So I pay attention to, you know, both of you guys. But Christian, he always brings a different perspective to me. We're kind of more alike on our opinions, Double A. Fatigue, that's what you're feeling? Right? I'm feeling something. I didn't get very, like, I did not sleep well. Took me hours to fall asleep. I was just so, you know, high strung after streaming pretty much all day yesterday. And a lot of the day Friday as well. And streaming up, so it's just been a lot. Does anyone go long trying to catch the rain? Nah. If we stay green, we're not going to get, I mean, we're still going to get rain. You know, the winter will probably be celebrating, then rain will start falling at this current pace, but it's getting closer. But if we stay green, I don't think rain will shorten the race. If we get a caution, it would, but then you would still have to pit. And so we may see guys try to run as long as they can or put in very minimal fuel. So if we get an overtime and it hasn't started raining yet, watch for guys to run out of fuel. Go ahead and putting that out into the atmosphere. Ryan Blaney's nowhere to be found. I may need to update my my post race. All right, we have 4 or 5 Toyotas down. At least 4 Toyotas, and I don't know who's further back. Denny ditched his teammates. And Denny's now suffering because of that. Only a 4-car pack. I mean, are they going to be able to reform quick enough? Four Toyotas. Let's see if they can get stacked up and make up some ground on the field. If they took enough fuel, they may be able to go full throttle and catch these guys that are still saving. Yeah, I think Jimmy was a bit further back, and with his luck on pit entry, Rain is the 23's friend. Yeah, he has a history of rain at these plate tracks, Superspeedway tracks. I try not to say plate anymore because the only series that uses plates are the lower series. We have tapered spacers. Now we're in the future. You told me 30 years ago we'd have tapered spacers. I wouldn't even know what that is. It didn't exist. If we don't crash during the pit cycle, you believe we're either going to crash with 10 to go all the way in the last lap. Yeah, pit cycle is a very dangerous part of the race. Okay, I'm putting this out in the atmosphere. I'm going to make this happen. They're going to pit, and if we don't get a caution during that pit cycle, when they rejoin, you'll see guys off the pace, and they're going to try to block the main pack, and that will set off what becomes the big one. That's my Oracle prediction. 3 more Toyotas down. The Toyotas may have just thrown this race away. I mean, anything could still happen, but that was horrible. It looked like they had everything under control and they just threw it away. Yeah, we got the hat and the shirt. We were doing it for Dale today. I was gonna wear my Bowman 500 hat because it is a Daytona 500 hat, but you know, it just being 25 years since it being Daytona, I just had to go with the Dale stuff. I also had this Dale hat ready to go. So I had a secondary. If I had an issue, I could hot swap. Come on, Toyotas. Why? Just why? Yeah, they fell off, but they may be in the better spot here. Cole Custer off the track, off the pace. Is he out of gas? Cole Custer maybe just threw his race away. All right, Ford's coming down. Pretty clean stop from the Fords. And then we have the remaining guys still out on track. Oh yeah, very clean for the Fords. And Tyler Reddick in as well. So we have a Toyota that snuck in. All right, Busch is up here again. We'll see how the Chevys do. There's more of them, so they may have a harder time getting on the pit road clean. Keep an eye out on this. We still have a Toyota in the pack. See Ty Gibbs out here for some reason. What are the Toyotas doing? It's like they suffer junior motorsports syndrome. You know, the JRM guys hardly ever work together in the O'Reilly Auto Parts series. This is crazy stuff. The rain is holding off for now. So I'm going to go ahead and switch my screen back over to the leaderboard. Just keeping a handle on this. They better watch out. They're going to start running out of fuel. These Fords are running together really well, and Brad's out front of them. Come on, Brad, please. Please, Brad. If Kyle's not going to win it, or Jimmy, I'd be okay with a Brad win. I just want a veteran. One of the old guys. That's not Denny Hamlin. He has 3. Oh my goodness. I have a few guys coming down. Byron making some aggressive moves. Ty Gibbs really falling back there. The Chevys are getting split up. They're going to lose some time here. And I don't think they're picking up the pace fast enough. Let's just take a look at this. So some of the Toyotas running 46-second laps. Let's see, Brad Keselowski, it's still showing his pit lap. So we'll wait for that to update. Brad Keselowski, it still hasn't updated. I'm sure they're going to be running like a 46.3, 46.6. You know, something pretty fast. Because these Toyotas have already pit. They're running 46.6. So way faster than our Chevys. I mean, so the Toyotas right now are closing the gap. Even though they got separated, they may come out of this better if they have enough fuel to get to the end. It depends on how this pack reforms. I'm sure you're going to see some huge blocks thrown. Bubba almost lost it. That would have been something. The Toyotas wrecking each other. Hocevar's with them. Hocevar's with the Toyotas. What are we doing? The manufacturer stuff kind of went out the window there. They tried, but really only the Fords are working well together. They were all saving during that last run. I don't see anyone running long here. If someone could, then like technically, I mean, you could see them possibly winning without a caution. But if a late caution came out, they're done. Not anything they could do. The Chevys getting passed up pretty hard here. Kyle Busch leading that group. Byron behind. Huge move. Is that Josh Berry from the top to the bottom? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Byron's just not able to really keep up in line. That bottom line is really broken apart. Come on, Brad. Come on. Come on, Brad. Kyle's up here in the mix. Business is picking up. Oh my goodness. That middle line's kind of stacking up here. Oh, that gets a little sketchy. Byron's car was migrating up the track there. He doesn't know who to go with. So Byron up to that middle groove. So we have two RFK guys out front. 10 laps to go. There's no way they, keep it single filed out. Reddick getting a huge push here from, I think that's Carson Hocevar. I can't tell. Carson Hocevar, Mr. Where did he come from? Running around 30th the whole race. Here he is. John Hunter Nemechek with the damage, leading that Toyota line on the outside, possibly hurting that line. Denny might have to shuffle John Hunter Nemechek out of this position, and it could cause our next accident. Yeah, Denny does. Oh my goodness. I called it. I called it. Dude, I can't speak about... we have a caution. We are under caution, ladies and gentlemen. That Toyota line got stacked up behind John Hunter Nemechek. And I was about to mention, and I kind of got into it, Denny was running really wide off of 4 and just lost it. So Denny taking out, Christopher Bell out. I mean, they're not... I don't think Denny's done. He doesn't have a ton of damage, but probably out of contention. So the Toyotas just took a huge nosedive in terms of potential to win. Wallace still up here. Tyler Reddick still up here. So we have the 23-11 guys. But we really, I mean, a lot of these guys. So we have two Spire Camaros, two Spire Chevys. We have William Byron up here. His car doesn't look like it's handling the best right now. He's drifting all over the track, making some wild moves. But he's up there in the running. We have two more RFK guys. We have an FRM Ford. John Hunter Nemechek somehow, after stacking up his outside line, survived. But he has damage on the front end, so I wouldn't trust him to push a line or lead. Another Ford. Kyle Busch still in contention. Let's go further down. Jimmy Johnson, really far off the pace. Not really seeing him picking this back up. SVG, too many laps down. So we can rule a few guys out. Bell's definitely, out of this. There's a lot going on. Business is picking up. McDowell looking like a genius now if we possibly get rain. It's not going to start raining yet. Unless this radar is off. This radar could not be accurate. Let me go ahead and pull the radar up for you guys. This is what we're looking at. So this rain... it's pushing northeast. So, I mean, just a little more of a boundary here, and this would skirt by the track completely. It's kind of moving up in a diagonal direction. But it's kind of stalled out here for the last several cycles. Let me see if there's another update. A little closer. So I think we're going to get this race restarted, but I would not be shocked to see this thing either in due to rain or bringing out a big one because it starts raining in turns 1 and 2. Because turns 1 and 2, that's this side of the track. So if we get rain, it's going to hit this part of the track first, from Tri-Oval to the exit of turn 2. Be more worried about lightning in the rain. I'm not sure this is a super electrical storm. Maybe in this region, but out front, I wouldn't be too concerned, but they are very conservative about that. You know, if there's lightning within 5 miles, the race is automatically delayed 30 minutes. Could be a possibility. We're gonna keep an eye on that. Let's see if we can get a replay pulled up of what just happened. All right, here we go. Yeah, I mean, I'll break it down how I was live. So what I was seeing is, we'll zoom in for a second. John Hunter Nemechek with damage to that front end. You know, splitter's a bit jacked up. There's tape all over it. Not very aerodynamically sound. Even though you have these Toyotas stacked up on the outside, they were not making progress. The best thing they could have done, honestly, is for Wallace to pull up in front of John Hunter Nemechek and just let him push. But that isn't what happened. And while I was watching this live, I was noting Hamlin, kind of like how he, had his incident with Allgaier. He pushes up the track really high on the exit of 4 and then just comes back across the nose, Corey Heim, with a, unfortunate push. Eric Jones also with a little bit of damage. But Bell done. Hamlin's going to continue, but he's not looking like a contender anymore. I just think John Hunter Nemechek was stacking that outside lineup a bit too much, and they paid the price. Finally, interesting, and after 60 laps of nothing. I mean, I wouldn't call it nothing. It's part of NASCAR. NASCAR runs the longest races outside of endurance. They run longer than Indy. They run longer than F1, way longer than F1. Extremely longer than F1, or not F1, but Formula E. So they run very long races. That's part of the interest of the sport, because the storyline develops throughout. Any decision, getting shuffled out of line, having a issue on pit road, every little thing builds to what becomes the end of the race. So some people are like, oh, well, you can just watch the last 5 laps and see everything. Well, you don't know how they got there. It's like opening up a novel, flipping to the last chapter, and like, oh, that person dies. It's not the same experience. So when they ask the question, should NASCAR shorten the races? No, they should not. Unlike the NFL, unlike the MLB, NBA, where they have, 30 teams, 30 plus teams spread across the United States, the NASCAR tracks are largely in one part of the country. So the majority of people have to travel over 5-6 hours to get to a track. And if they want to go to a track that's further away from their home area, you're going to be driving even further. You're going to be flying potentially. So if they shorten the races, it would be less value as a paying, member of the community to go join or go watch a NASCAR race. It just wouldn't make as much sense. It'd be like if the NFL shortened their games to just one half. Would you want to go and still pay $250 for a good seat to watch half, one half of football, just 30 minutes? I don't think so. I wouldn't want to drive 6 hours to watch a 2-hour NASCAR race. Yeah, F1, their races are much shorter, which is potentially why they've had such an uptick in popularity. All right, Reddick restarting on the inside. McDowell outside, lined up with Hocevar. We have more Fords on the inside. We have Byron behind Reddick. Not sure how much cooperation they're going to get there. Now, Keselowski, Buescher, and Berry might try to shuffle Byron and Reddick either into the middle groove or they may make the middle groove happen. So keep an eye on that. Those Fords are probably going to try to pull something here. Oh my goodness. Oh my, look at the last radar loop. The rain is at the track. So as a reminder, guys, right before, you know, we're about to lose coverage. After the race, I'm going to have to update that. But after the race, we will be doing our post-race show. So you can call in to our post-race show or text your thoughts, and we'll read them live on air. We're just going to break down the race, hopefully look at the points, talk about some other stuff, and, you know, just wrap up the day. So I hope to see you guys after the race for that post-race coverage. That's not looking good. I mean, they're on the edge, but if they don't throw the green flag this time, by the lights are out on the pace car, they're coming off a 4. It may start raining during these next few laps. It just might. We're gonna have a 4-lap run to the finish. I got that adrenaline going, but I'm gonna have a heart attack. I need to remember to breathe. They used to be much longer, yeah. I've also heard that, you know, a lot of the drivers are unhappy with this year's car, so seems like they're about to have the same issues NASCAR is facing currently with this Gen 7 car. It's just not a great car to make driver skill really stand out. So we've already fanned out 3 wide. Reddick's kind of pacing both lanes. I would not be shocked to get another caution that ends the race. So if a caution comes out, whoever's leading will probably win this race. McDowell being pushed all the way to the lead, clear out front. Hocevar pushing. 2 of the Spire guys having a great run here. They're going to get crossed over. Logano making his move towards the front. All this for a Joey Logano win. Check this out. All right, Logano not able to make a move there. Hocevar and McDowell got reconnected. They're pushing out just a little too far here. This is going to be a problem here soon. They're doing it right. They stacked up at the right time, but there's 2 Toyotas behind them. I could see a big wreck coming. Brad up the track a little bit there. Oh, they are all over each other trying to side draft. No margin for error. That outside line is really stacked up. Sometimes you'll see an accident come from this. McDowell, oh my goodness. McDowell just lost Carson Hocevar, but now Hocevar is pulling back in front of McDowell. So the Spire guys sticking together even after these issues. The next flag will end the race. 1 lap to go, brought to you by Credit One Bank. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're still green. Half the field just wrecked out. I mean, probably not that much, but I mean, this is crazy. The most stacked up guys are Chase Elliott and Zane Smith. Chase needs to go down and block here. I don't think they're going to have enough momentum, but they're single file behind him. Chase Elliott is in the lead, entering turn 3. 2 Toyotas trying to go up and block. Oh. Oh my goodness, Tyler Reddick just won the Daytona 500 because these guys are idiots. Tyler Reddick. My goodness. I think everyone crashed. I think the only guy that actually finished clean was Reddick there. My goodness. Herbst, Keselowski was trying to take him 4 wide, go on the outside. Herbst went up the track and plowed through him. And that stacked up Chase Elliott as well. Did Chase go airborne? I didn't see it. We'll get a replay up as soon as we can. And we're about to start our post-race coverage. Tyler Reddick. I don't think anyone had him. Not that it's unlikely, but that is crazy. Chase Elliott sitting on top of his car. That's kind of wild they didn't throw the caution. Reddick still would have won, potentially, because he did pull out front. But Chase Elliott, what did have the lead when the caution came, should have come out, or usually would have come out. So they kind of, you know, a lot of people say Hendrick, there's favoritism there. Well, I didn't see much favoritism there, or they would have thrown that caution flag immediately. That's going to be controversial. Them not throwing the flag there. Did Reddick win? Yes, Reddick is our winner. They didn't throw the caution. Reddick won the race. So as soon as we get a replay of that finish, we'll bring it up for you guys. That is crazy. Reddick did what it took. Got up there, didn't have teammate help. Well, I take that back. He did have help from Herbst. That's why he was able to make that run. Zane Smith was not able to stay up there with Chase. And Chase maybe could have drugged the brake a bit, gotten another push, gotten back around Reddick, but you know, too little, too late. I think Elliott took a pretty hard shot there. Waiting for a replay. Did Herbst or Bubba push Reddick at the end? It was Herbst. Bubba was further back. Riley Herbst actually benefiting 23-11 for once. That's crazy. So Joey Logano and Chase Elliott, they were our dual winners, right? I think that's right. So those two could potentially be our points leaders. I'm not sure who got the more stage points, but the dual winners got 10 bonus points. It was a crazy final lap. I'm shocked they kept it green. It seems like NASCAR is willing to let the races go green a lot more than previous years. If the flag had come out earlier, Chase would be our winner. And then if they had thrown it a little later, Tyler Reddick still would have won. So kind of a crazy decision not to throw the flag there. We do have a replay of that last lap. So Hocevar turned in front of the field off the nose of Eric Jones. Okay, check this out. So if they had thrown that flag immediately, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was going to be our winner. And look at Byron. What is Byron? Byron got shoved off the track by Reddick. Are you kidding me? Byron could have went back to back to back. He could have had a three-peat, but he got shoved off the track, and that broke up the inside line. If there wasn't a wreck going on there, Reddick would probably be penalized for pushing Byron off the track. But since there was a wreck going on, they're just going to call it a racing deal. Herbst gets hooked up there at the end. Supports the run from Reddick. Really hard hit for Chase Elliott. So Brad Keselowski's trying to go up on the high side, has some forward help. Herbst comes up, completely oblivious. and comes back down and murders Chase Elliott. Super hard hit. What a way to start off the year. I mean, the race really picked up at the end. It's probably about to start raining too. Open our radar. Crazy last lap, guys. Crazy last lap. Well, ladies and gents, let's get into our post-race coverage. Let's roll right into that. Let's switch gears here. That's a bit better. I'm going to fix it a bit more. That works. Getting things set up. So, as the number on screen indicates, you will be able to call into this stream a bit later to share your thoughts. I want to get through our race recap first. And on top of that, if you want to text in, if you want to use that text line, you can text in and share your thoughts on today's race if you don't want to call in later. What a crazy way to wrap up that race. Let's go and drop that here. Pull up my notes. All right, so welcome to our Daytona 500 post-race show. We're going to start off with a race recap. So the Daytona 500 thankfully was moved up an hour due to rain, but there was still like an hour of pre-race. I mean, so that made me really nervous. I was going to be ticked off if rain shortened this race. They could have truncated that a little bit. Another thing to mention, Fox really dumps a lot of resources into their 500 broadcast because it is the most viewed race of the year on Fox's network outside of the Indy 500. It's the most viewed NASCAR race of the season. So there was a 4K broadcast today. So if you didn't see that 4K broadcast, look for a replay. Your service, if you're on YouTube TV, it may have recorded it automatically. If you're on DirecTV, you may get the 4K channel for free, so check that out. And then I want to talk about the broadcasting options as well. Fox One is an option this year. If you don't have a way to watch the race, if you don't have a cable package, you can get Fox One. It gives you all the Fox networks, so you'll be able to watch the Fox half of the season. So it is an option. It is cheaper than a traditional cable package. It's a streaming service, so hopefully you have decent enough internet for that. So we do have a few new options this year on how to watch the sport. So excited about that. Now, even before the race, the rain was already starting to move in, and we had been monitoring that throughout the whole, stream today. And there was a ton of wind, so the wind really affected the handling of the cars. I mean, they were all over the track at certain points of this race, and probably added to the excitement of the first couple stages. So green flag, we get to racing, and then on lap 5, we don't make it very, very far. Lap 5, BJ McLeod goes around in the middle of the corner, collects Justin Allgaier, William Byron, and then somehow Noah Gragson and Casey Mears also receive damage. So let's get a replay of that going. Bring it up for you guys. So BJ McLeod didn't initially make the field. Anthony Alfredo was disqualified. So he was sent home. BJ filled his spot. And he's the first guy to bring out a caution and damage many competitive race cars, although I think everyone continued except for BJ. So not crazy, but for our Daytona 500 defending champion, receiving damage on lap 5. Not a great way to start. Casey Mears, low-budget team. Wasn't good to see them get damage as well. That was our lap 5 caution. So some early excitement there. And then, so after this, fuel strategy already split from the start. So some guys came down on the first lap that people were able to come by and pit, and they topped off. And that was a good call there to go ahead and take extra fuel so you didn't have to save as much later in the run. The only guy that ended up staying out, though, some guys pit on the second lap, but Kyle Busch stayed out entirely. So Kyle Busch now has 8 to 10 less laps of fuel than anyone else in the field, and he's leading the race. So that was a very strange call and really shook up his running position. And he didn't even hold the lead after they restarted. So the fact they didn't pit just ended up costing him in the long run. So Kyle led them back off. He ends up losing the lead. And then on lap 36, Kyle almost took out Brad Keselowski. We'll bring up a replay of that as well. So check this out. Coming off of 4, it's been a problem spot all weekend. Kyle just gets loose, gets into Brad, and they both somehow save it. And then Kyle moves back up into this middle groove, almost stacks up the field behind him. So, I mean, there were several close calls here. That was, what, lap 37? So still early in stage 1. I mean, that was very close to being, you know, a multi-car accident, especially if Busch had overcorrected after and continued to take out half the field. That was almost a huge mess. And then during green flag stops, I don't know if we have a replay of this, but Jimmy Johnson coming to pit road ends up spinning out. Not really sure what happened there. I never saw a replay, but I'm guessing he just locked up the brakes and took a trip through the infield. So Jimmy Johnson ends up losing 2 laps during these green flag stops, and he has to work off that penalty pretty much the entire rest of the race. And then at the end of stage 1, Zane Smith ends up taking the win. And then after the stage 1 caution comes out, Noah Gragson, we'll show a replay of this, Noah Gragson ends up running out of fuel. And Josh Berry, this is a good moment of, you know, manufacturer help. Josh Berry helped push Gragson back around the track. So some teamwork there, some cooperation between Fords. Interesting, cool to see that. And then let's look at our stage 1 results. I'll have to pull these up. So the stage results do matter a bit more than the last several seasons because we are running a chase format this year. So all those chase points add up. So this stage 1. Pull this back up for you guys. Zane Smith taking the stage win. Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney. We have 3 Fords up here. Carson Hocevar, Daniel Suarez, some Spire guys, another Spire guy. So really a lot of manufacturer and team cooperation towards the front of the field. And take a look at that. Not a huge HMS presence, but other than that, I mean, great showing for one of our Chevy teams and a couple of our Ford teams. So very impressive. Zane Smith, Austin Cindric, Ryan Blaney, Carson Hocevar, Daniel Suarez, Chris Buescher, Michael McDowell, Ryan Preece, Alex Bowman, and Noah Gragson make up our top 10. We'll get back to stage 2 now. Cody Ware. So once they get back going, the way that the pit strategy, everything worked out, we went to commercial, and when we came back, Cody Ware was leading the race. I did not expect that. I did not have that on my bingo card, but there we were. So Cody Ware leading the race for a while. And I mentioned this live on stream, I'm not going to be shocked when Cody Ware takes out half the field here because, you know, he doesn't have the experience running at the front of any kind of pack. So, you know, you may know how your car handles in the field. Do you know how your car handles towards the front? You're being pushed by a lot of competitive guys. And then pretty much a lap or 2 after I said that, lap 84, Cody Ware brings out a multi-car crash. So I'll show you guys why I blame this on him. So Zilich does initiate this whole incident. Break this down for you guys. They get together. So Allgaier and Zilich get together. That's a foreshadowing for later in the race. But behind them, no contact, maybe a, off-center push. He is kind of up the track himself next to Chastain, but he overcorrects just for no reason. He's not involved with the Zilich thing. Zilich didn't make contact with him. Cody Ware overreacts, ends up taking out a few good cars. Austin Dillon received a ton of damage, but pretty much everybody else continued. Zilich also received quite a bit of damage and lost several laps. So, two guys received a fair amount of damage from this incident. That's a look at our lap 84 medium one. Not quite a big one yet. And then SVG, after this caution, SVG ends up leading for a while. SVG was having a good run. He was up front, and it's kind of wild to see him leading, not just on an oval, but a super speedway, which anyone can lead on a super speedway given the right conditions. But if SVG can figure these ovals out, the field is in trouble. But that remains to be seen how he's going to perform on the intermediates. Then on lap 124, Allgaier and Hamlin get together and cause the big one. And this is the caution that ends stage 2. So we'll get to the stage 2 winner in just a second. But here we go. This is such a wild wreck because it happens so quickly, and it's hard to put any blame on one driver here. So Allgaier, he's out front. He runs a little further off the wall. That's normal for a guy running the high side. But Denny, for a split second, sees an opening. He takes the opening. But literally within a fraction of a second, Allgaier's already coming back up the track. There's not a spotter out there, unless they're an auctioneer that's used to saying 100 words a second. There's no way you could get that out fast enough that Hamlin's going high. And if you look behind, Blaney's still further down. Kyle Busch is further down. Everyone behind is following Allgaier. Hamlin's the only guy that tried to go to the high side here. And that ends up stacking up. They said a 17-car pileup here in this tweet, but I also heard 20 cars being involved as a possibility. So that, pretty much ends Allgaier's day. Really hurts a lot of these race cars. Many of them were able to stay in the main pack, but this shook up the complexion of our race entirely. This whole event didn't have to happen. There were still, let's see how many laps. There were still 80 laps pretty much to go in this race. Just under 80 laps. And Hamlin's making a move. And we have Hamlin's in car. This is a better angle in my opinion. You see how big of a run they had. Allgaier was too far out. You're not supposed to get that far out. Maybe that's just Cup inexperience. Inexperience in this package. But you see how fast it happens. Allgaier's up here. There's no room. And in a split second, it looks like Allgaier's going to move down to the middle lane. It does. So I understand maybe why Denny stayed in it. He had a huge run. He's clear here, but there's no margin of error to that outside wall. If I get out of the way... Oh, I'm just in the way. Screw it. Denny's right up against the outside wall. There's no margin for error. If Allgaier comes back up a little bit, they're going to crash. And that's exactly what ends up happening. As soon as they get together, Denny's already in the wall. There's nowhere to go. And so it's hard to blame that entirely on Denny. It's hard to blame that entirely on Allgaier or his spotter. Just a very unfortunate racing deal that took out a lot of good cars and extended the length of this race. Another view from further back from Joey Logano's on board. Just a mess. Another angle there of that big one. So I just want to mention it again. Once we wrap up this race recap, you guys will be able to call in or text your thoughts in. So if you have any thoughts, you don't want to call in, go ahead and hit that text line, and you can share your thoughts on today's race and maybe a prediction for the rest of the season. So just anything NASCAR related, really. Let's get back to our breakdown here. So Bubba Wallace ends up winning stage 2 under caution. Let's look at our stage 2 results. So, these are worth valuable points here. Bubba Wallace getting 10 points. Ryan Blaney receiving 9 points. Third, John Hunter Nemechek. Fourth, Kyle Busch. Fifth, Riley Herb. Sixth, Corey Heim. Seventh, Chris Buescher. Eighth, Tyler Reddick. Ninth, Joey Logano. And receiving 1 stage point, Daniel Suarez. So that caution ended up being the end to stage 2. So Bubba taking some stage points there. The Toyotas here were looking very good. They're in a very good position, pretty unified. And it looks like, you know, they had control of the race, and they did for a while. Let's get into our stage 3 breakdown. Now, during stage 3, this is when a lot of people started to get annoyed, myself included. We were running 5 seconds off the pace at certain points, usually 2 to 3 seconds off the pace during this stage 3 portion. They went 3 wide, they were fuel saving, and Toyotas were controlling all 3 lines: the inside, the middle, and the outside. So, you know, just 3 wide, it was gridlock. It was kind of like rush hour on the interstate, you know, just nowhere to go. And way off the pace, the Xfinity guys were running faster laps. The ARCA guys were running faster laps. The trucks were running faster laps. This Gen 7 package is just broken. And we can get into that a bit later. But rain, the whole time this was happening, rain was getting closer. We were monitoring that, so we knew it was going to pick up towards the end. And with 9 laps to go, it looks like, Denny Hamlin is on lap 192. Denny Hamlin and Christopher Bell end up crashing. And I also called this one out right before it happened. I said John Hunter Nemechek was stacking up the outside line. And we'll pull up this replay for you guys. This is exactly what happened. As when this was live, I was saying, you know, Denny, he ran really high up in, you know, in 4. And I thought that was kind of odd, but I said, you know, they need to shuffle John Hunter Nemechek out of the lead of this outside line. He has a ton of damage on the front end. They need to, you know, deal with that. The best thing the Toyotas could have done right here is for Bubba to pull up and lead that line. But this is what happens. They weren't able to make that happen because Denny, with a push from Corey Heim, gets loose off of 4, takes out his teammate Christopher Bell. Eric Jones also receiving a little damage here, but that pretty much ended Bell and Hamlin's race. They're interviewing Brad right now on the television. But, you know, just an unfortunate event there. And we were really worried here. The rain was at the track, according to the radar, after this caution. So I wasn't sure if we were going to restart the race. But with, you know, the rain clouds threatening, they ended up getting the race restarted. I'm not seeing any umbrellas at the track. So if it's coming down, it's very light at the moment. And then this is our last lap. So the last lap of our Daytona 500. We're 3 wide. A lot happens here. I think that's Eric Jones maybe Eric Jones. It might have been McDowell. But anyway, somebody turns Carson Hocevar here across the field. Our credit 1 bank, 1 lap to go. And if you check this out, let's break this down as we go. Byron's here on the inside line. The inside line's pretty uniform. There's some very fast forwards behind him. Byron's in a great position here to steal this race. Reddick comes down the track, gets into Byron. Nothing egregious. He didn't mean to, but he gets into Byron, knocks him down the track. That breaks up the inside line. That pushes the forwards further back and pretty much out of contention. If Reddick had not have contacted Byron, that inside line would have been a rocket ship. Now, if the caution had come out right after this wreck, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is your winner. Now, I was keeping an eye on this as we were going, and then soon after, it looks like maybe Chase Elliott would be the winner, but Reddick pulls ahead. If they had thrown the flag here, Reddick gets the win. They throw it here, Elliott gets the win. So I was just waiting on the flag to come out. They decided it was safe enough to make it back around. They stayed green. Zane Smith with a huge push here, but they get too far out ahead. And they end up losing contact here. Zane Smith just cannot stay with Chase Elliott. Should have stayed and defended a little better than that. and we would have a different winner. But Riley Herbst actually doing something for 2311 gives a really good push to Reddick. Reddick really being the only guy to survive to the end clean. And all those guys in the main pack got something. So Herbst did something really good here for 2311. Don't get me wrong. He did something really good. Helped his teammate get this massive run. Stayed with him. They were the only real teammates up there outside of Brad and Busher, but they weren't together. But then Brad has some steam here. He has some forwards behind him. He has some pace. And so he tries to go to the outside to make a run at it. And maybe could have made it 3 wide at the line. But Herbst goes up to block. Kind of like a similar incident to the Allgaier deal, but just, a sloppy move here. Comes up the track, back across. Hard hit for Chase Elliott. And Tyler Reddick is our Daytona 500 champion. So what a race that was. What a race. Let's look at our leaderboard real quick. What a race. Several big ones. We had a threat. We had the threat of rain constantly. So Tyler Reddick taking it. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. second. Third, Joey Logano. Chase Elliott fourth. I think these guys might be our points leaders because I think they both received a 10-point bonus for winning the dual races. Not sure how they did on stage points, but they should be up towards the top of the points lead. Tyler Reddick going to receive the bonus for winning. A lot more points are rewarded for a win this year. So potentially Reddick could have it, depending on what his stage point situation was. Brad finishing fifth, disappointing. Even though these guys had good finishes, they all finished junked. Absolutely junked. Chase with a hard impact, finishing fourth. Joey somehow sneaking through to third. Riley Herbst, eighth. He's the one that helped Reddick get up there. Barry, Bubba, Gregson, Byron. Byron getting shuffled out on that last lap. Potentially had another shot. Was in a good position on the last lap before Reddick knocked him down the track. And then, he rejoined but lost a ton of spots. Suarez, Dylan, Kyle Busch, 21 years, not able to get it done after starting on the pole. Kyle Larson receiving some big damage there. Not able to really make a run at it. Cody Ware, good finish, 17th. Hocevar and McDowell, after being in control on the last lap, pretty much, they were really dominating, working together really well. They both end up crashing out, it looks like. AJ Ross, Eric Jones. I think Eric Jones was potentially the one that spun Hocevar. Ty Gibbs, Custer, Priest. And then we get into our damaged cars. John Hunter Nemechek, Ryan Blaney, Corey Heim, Jimmy Johnson. That's disappointing. SVG, Denny Hamlin, Casey Mears. All these guys are laps down now. Austin Cindric. But these points are worth it. At the end of the year, these may be the points needed to get them back out ahead. But Briscoe, 12 laps down, 36th, their last car running. It's sad when a car that's off finishes ahead of you, but that's how it goes. And then dead last, BJ McLeod, Alex Bowman, Allgaier back there. Disappointing race for those guys. Really disappointing race for Bass Pro Shops. Johnny Morse is punching air right now. Really, really disappointing race for those two. Jimmy Johnson only has one more attempt at the 500 scheduled. He announced next year will be his retirement, next 500. There's a few races remaining this season. He even has a truck race later this year. But next year will be Jimmy Johnson's last scheduled Daytona 500. And he's saying, as of right now, he'll be retired after that. So McDowell might just run out of fuel. Potentially. It's just, honestly, I don't know if they have the points calculated yet, which is maybe why we're seeing that. I'll see if we can look up the points, and then we'll get to some call-ins here. If anybody wants to call in here shortly, or if anyone wants to text in. All right, we do have a breakdown here of our points. See if we can zoom in on this a bit. Why is it just getting smaller? All right, this works. So if you squint, you'll be able to see this. Tyler Reddick is our points leader. He has, looks like a 12-point lead. Joey and Chase with those 10 bonus points from the duels. They're going to stay up there in first and second. Zane Smith, fourth in points currently. Brad, sixth in the six. So not bad. The RFK guys up here. A lot of forwards up here. Carson Hocevar up here. Look at our top 16. Gregson, Larson, Bush, Barry, Hocevar, Suarez, Herbst, Blaney, Wallace, Busher, Keselowski, Stenhouse, Smith, Elliott, Logano, Reddick. So a lot of those guys will probably stay up here. And you'll probably see more guys like Byron, you know, Ryan Preece probably, you know, work his way back up. Shane Van Gisbergen with the road courses will make a run at the chase. You can guarantee that. Bell will move up. Hamlin, Bowman, potentially. So we have a lot of good guys that are stuck further back in the points. And next week, we have Atlanta, which is going to be another plate-style track. And that's not good. That's really not good. So if you're a guy like Bowman, you need to be extra clean next week. Try to stay out of the big one or the big ones, because if you start this season off with this chase format, 2 races down in terms of points, you're going to have a much harder time catching back up. You know, there's no more winning you're in. You can't count on that. That is gone. The field's still 16, so it's still a good portion of the field that makes it. So the, you know, competitive guys, the higher funded drivers will funnel their way towards the top. But there's just something to keep an eye on as we go throughout the season. So good of X-File to post that. Go ahead and retweet that. So we'll go ahead and pull our leaderboard back up. Let me switch over to our Google Voice page. We have a message from King is Dead on our Google Voice number. So if you guys want to text in now, or if you want to call in on that line, we'll take your call. If not, we'll wrap things up here after discussing maybe a few other things about the race. Properties. There we go. So I have a message from King is Dead. He isn't able to watch the post-race stream, but that was an awesome race, even if Byron didn't win. Congrats to Reddick for winning the Daytona 500. That's right. That's right. Good to hear from you, King, even if you're not here. And a huge supporter of the stream, both with his time and monetarily. He's a huge supporter. Ronald, good to see you, man. Let's go ahead and read through our comments. I know I missed a bunch. What a final lap. Everyone died except Reddick. That's what BRMH said. Stacy said, or, well, Christian or Stacy, one of them said, look at Herbst's top 10 and Gregson 11th. Yeah. Brad could have got there if it was going to be Zane Smith instead. But yeah, potentially. It looked like the Fords had a shot at it until Herbst took them out. Fraudulent Fraudster, look at that. Can you look at the crash before the end again? Couldn't see it. I hope you saw the replay we just showed. If you didn't and you're still here, comment that and we'll show it again. You have DirecTV, you went to Fox, and they want you to upgrade your package to watch. Jonathan, you might have been looking at the 4K broadcast because your local Fox affiliate should have still been free. Because I know there were 2 different listings on DirecTV. I just switched back from DirecTV, so I'm aware of how they do their broadcast. So you may have been looking at the wrong version. Because if you need to upgrade to watch main Fox, then you have a terrible package, buddy. You can get Fox with an antenna. And you can get the whole O'Reilly Auto Parts series schedule with an antenna. So I highly recommend investing in an antenna. It's less delayed. You'll be ahead of Twitter. You'll be ahead of us, or up to us, because I'm also watching on antenna. I have YouTube TV up on my computer, and YouTube TV, even sped up, is about 15 to 20 seconds delayed. Ronald Duffney, good to see you. McDowell, yeah, might have ran out of fuel. We read that. Herbst really trying to save his ride. Yeah, I mean, he really locked it in. You know, he didn't just push Reddick to the lead. He also took out the rest of the field. So good job to Herbst for securing the win there for 23-11. It really is disappointing they didn't show the points at the end of the broadcast. They used to be on top of that back in the day. Points matter now, Fox. Points do matter, but I understand Fox is really big about ditching the NASCAR races because usually when the NASCAR races end, it's primetime television. They're just going for ratings. They don't care about NASCAR. They're just trying to cover, and receive as many views as they can. So they're trying to do the bare minimum, but receive the most. Melina, 1964, says, hi from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Welcome from Canada, maybe potentially the future 51st state of the United States of America. Potentially, I'm just kidding, but, or am I? We need that oil. She said, that was a perfect Daytona 500 race. I like to see that. There were some things that could have been better, but it was exciting. We didn't get rained out. We didn't run single file. It definitely had some bright spots. So I love to see that positivity, Melina. We need more of that from myself and from the community as well. Yeah, the points do matter. We can pull those up again just to refresh everybody's memory. If you missed the points, this is a breakdown. Reddick is our points leader currently. Joey, Chase are second and third. Further up, there's a lot of Fords. Bubba's up here. Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez, Carson Hocevar, Josh Berry. Kyle Busch is in the chase currently. Kyle Larson, Noah Gragson. So just missing out McDowell and Byron. So they have a bit of a hole to dig out of. So does Alex Bowman. Connor Zilic, rookie season. Our 2026 rookie of the year, Connor Zilic. He's the only one eligible. Justin's very happy with the results. You're just a Toyota homer. That's all you are. I know what you are, and it disgusts me. No, that's fine. Everybody has their favorites. And Reddick's a nice guy. I think he has a ton of talent. Potentially as much as Bell, maybe even more. I just don't think the cars he's given are as good as the JGR cars. I think he's a very talented driver, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him win 4 or 5 times this year. And luck was with him today. Yeah, you're a Ford guy? Sure. Sure. I'd be more okay with it if you're a Ford guy, but Chevy's my pick there. Golly. So Reddick, barely sneaking through a lot of this. What a crazy race. Seemed like at one point in the race, pretty much everyone was backwards at one point. And if Reddick hadn't have knocked the 24 out of position there, he would have been stuck in the second groove and probably wouldn't have received as much support. And the inside line wouldn't have broken up. So we would have had a different winner. There's so much that could have affected the outcome of this race. So just a reminder, if anyone wants to call in, feel free. We will take your call. And we can discuss the race. You can share your thoughts on this race or this season. But if not, you can text in, share your thoughts that way. If not, we'll just talk about some miscellaneous things for a second. If you guys have any thoughts, you can put them in the chat as well. We'll cover that. But what a crazy race overall. Let me just pull open our leaderboard again. So one of the things I really liked, I don't know if I bookmarked this. One of the things I really liked, Wendy's did a really cool activation. We talked about this in the pre-race, but Wendy's did a cool activation before the race at the Wendy's nearest to the track. And they actually built a tiny little mock racetrack where they would do a simulated pit stop. Headset just cut off. So I hope I have this bookmarked. I'm going to just show that Wendy's activation again. I thought it was pretty cool. You would go through with a simulated pit stop and they would shine your tires. A pit crew came out, would shine your tires and clean off your windshield. That was pretty cool. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have that bookmark. That was pretty neat. cool activation from our sponsors. It's really cool to see the sponsors get involved. Before the race, Fox did a pre-race stream on X. I'm not sure if they're going to do that throughout the rest of this season, but they were showing, the actual broadcast of the pre-race, but in the commercial breaks, they were just showing shots of the track, shots of driver introductions. It was really neat, and it reminded me a lot of the Prime coverage back when Prime was doing their streams, and we'll see that probably later this season. But if you don't remember, what Prime would do during their portion of the season is they would go live about 30 to 15 minutes before the broadcast and just show shots of the track and kind of give you the feeling of being there at the track before the race. Really neat stuff. I hope to see more of that from Fox. That may have just been a 500 thing. That was really cool. Another thing, today you guys may have seen it. Hopefully some of you guys got to watch it. They broadcasted the race on the 4K networks. So this was a 4K broadcast for those of you that have a 4K package and a 4K capable TV and the internet speed to go along with that, because it does require more internet bandwidth to pull down that 4K broadcast. But anyway, it was really nice to see that. I'm going to go watch the replay of the 4K race later just to see it, because 4K, it does look so much better on our modern televisions, especially with the larger screen size nowadays. And I want to see more of that. I want to see more 4K races, or at least 1080p like Prime was, because the 720p, it just isn't the best. And it's still the standard for sports broadcasting, but they need to get with the times and up it to at least 1080p. But it's good to see that 4K broadcast. Not everyone would have been able to watch that, but I'm glad it was an option. Another thing to keep an eye on, we saw it all throughout the weekend. Daytona's finally aging. That's fantastic. That's really good news, because it's been so long since Daytona's been a bumpy racetrack. I think it's been 15 years since the repave, and finally Daytona's starting to show those bumps again. You saw a lot of guys lose it coming out of turn 4 this weekend, especially in the lower series with those more narrow tires. It was very interesting to watch. I hope that continues, because the more Daytona can become a handling race, the more the races will start to resemble the older style of racing, where there's bigger runs, handling matters more, there's more comers and goers, and less of this 3-wide fuel saving stuff. Another thing, we just had our eye on the weather the whole race, and I don't want to worry anyone, but just putting this out there into the universe, next week we're going to potentially have even more rain, so just keep an eye out for that. There's a chance that we do get rain going into next week. And if you look at the Atlanta weather for next week, the whole thing from Friday to Sunday, there's a chance of rain every one of those days currently. Now that could still change. Weather changes very fast throughout the United States, but especially in the Southeast. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it be completely sunny all weekend, but I would also not be surprised to see a couple of those races get rain delayed. So we need to keep an eye on that. NASCAR season's back when it rains in your area. All right, and then another thing I really want to touch on is the quality of Stage 3. And you saw it throughout the race, but especially in Stage 3, the fuel saving. That's just a byproduct of this Gen 7 car. And until we scrap this Gen 7 car, I'm not sure there's a way to gimmick your way out of this. They've considered throwing an extra stage caution. They've considered smaller fuel cells. Neither of those are fixes. Those are band-aids for the problem, which is this next gen, or this Gen 7 car. It's too draggy. Can't get a good enough run on it. And so you see a guy pull out, unless they have someone on their bumper, they're usually not going to continue forward with that run. It's really hard to generate runs. And handling doesn't matter as much because we do have the wider tires. It's more stable. There's more tread. So there's a few issues there. It's sad when the truck race was potentially the best race of the weekend. It was definitely between the truck race and the O'Reilly race, with the Cup race probably being third ARCA race might be 4th. So that would be my ranking of the weekend's races. But it's just annoying to watch them go 3 wide. And during the 3rd stage, they were running 5 seconds off the pace at certain parts. You know, their fastest laps were 46 seconds. They were running above 51 seconds at certain parts of stage 3 trying to fuel save. And it's entertaining to the eye, to the average fan, the casual fan. It's entertaining to see them go 3 wide. It's a very NASCAR unique thing to do, to go 3 wide lap after lap, door to door. But they're not going all out. They're just riding around out there, you know, just trying to log laps. And it might be better than the old single file freight trains we used to get, but it's just not good. It's not entertaining. If you're aware of the fact they're fuel saving, it just greatly reduces the importance of the moment. So I hope to see that ended in the future somehow. And they may try to gimmick their way out of it with the smaller fuel cells, with throwing more caution flags, but that just creates artificial racing. We just need a different package. The 2018, 2019 package, the plate tracks were very entertaining, a little dangerous, a little too fast, but there needs to be some element of speed, some element of danger. That's what draws people to the sport. We're not here to watch guys run 20 miles per hour slower than they did just a few years back. It's just kind of ridiculous seeing these guys fuel save like they are. But once something gets learned, the strategy can't be unlearned. You know, you can't force the drivers not to fuel save. Some team is going to do it. But overall, I really enjoyed it. Stage 3 got a little dull there for a bit. But overall, it was a very fun race. You know, some comers and goers, the pit cycles, you know, seeing how teams were working together. Guys running very well towards the front, getting shuffled back. You know, there was a lot of stuff going on throughout this race. Seemed like everyone was involved in a wreck at some point. Even our race winner, Reddick, was involved. So just a crazy race. And we didn't see a ton of like manufacturers getting together. It would happen momentarily. But other than the 3 Toyotas leading stage 3, we didn't really see a ton of manipulation from the manufacturers. The Toyotas had the worst round of pit stops out of any of the manufacturers, and somehow they still ended up winning the race. So anything can happen here at Daytona. I'm glad the rain held off. And I'm looking forward to Atlanta. Atlanta honestly may put on a better race than this weekend, because it's showing its age a lot faster than Daytona did due to how they paved it. But also it just being a tighter track in general. It's a much shorter track. It's a full mile shorter than Daytona, so the turns are much sharper. Handling is going to matter a lot more. Hopefully rain doesn't interfere with next weekend, but it should be a really good race. Atlanta's has been for the last couple of seasons, one of the most exciting races on the schedule. So if you're in the area, I highly recommend going. But if not, we'll be here live, and we'll be broadcasting the race just like we are now. So I hope to see you guys next weekend, and we'll be streaming in between now and then. We'll probably do a 100% Atlanta race on NASCAR 25 sometime during the week, so I hope to see you guys for that. We have a lot coming up. There's a game developer that reached out that wanted to play their game, so we'll be doing that. We'll be doing, obviously these NASCAR streams all throughout the season. If there's really big news, we might upload a separate video, but other than that, we haven't had anyone call in. We did have one person hit the text line. But I think just to keep this brief, just to keep things rolling, I'll let you guys get back to your afternoons. Thank you guys for joining us. Good to see you here at the end, Hamlin fan. Michael, Justin. Justin said ARCA sucked. Yeah, that's why I ranked it the last one. It was all right, but ARCA's ARCA. It's not the most competitive series. Good to see you, Stacy and Christian. King was in here a bunch. Melina, Ronald Duffy. BRMF, I mean, so many of you guys. Doodlebug, Darius, Jonah. I mean, thank you guys, all of you, for joining. There's over 17,000 of you guys here throughout the stream. Still holding on to 50 viewers right now. It's been a great stream so far. One last comment there from Justin, Sia AZ, Christian, and Stacy said, be safe. They'll be watching our streams probably on TV. May also be on next week. I love watching streams on TV. sometimes I'll comment. I'll just leave one comment. I'll go on my phone and be like, I'm watching on my TV. I'm lurking. Good stream. Boom. And, just chill the rest of the stream. So I completely understand that. Most of our viewers are on the television. That's one reason why the chat's really slow is I think it's like 73% of our viewers are on the television. So it's a huge number. But that'll do it for us, ladies and gents. I hope you guys have a good one. Really fun way to start the season. I'm really glad we're back. For all the negatives that happened, I think there were a lot more positives today. NASCAR's trending in the right direction, in my opinion. We'll see if the fans respond to it. So, hope to see you guys throughout this week. Hope to see you guys next week for Atlanta and throughout this season. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you guys for liking, subscribing, and just hanging out here with us. This is a great place to hang out. A lot of nice people here. A lot of very smart, knowledgeable people. And I love hearing from you guys because you're able to share your perspectives. And because, when I see something, I'm not listening to the broadcast. I'm just talking over it. I'm, monitoring the chat. I'm looking at Twitter. So I'm not seeing everything. So sometimes you guys help inform me. A lot of times you guys help inform me what was said on the broadcast or what you picked up on or, what your predictions are. And it's just really great to build this sense of community. And it's something that NASCAR greatly needs. Yeah, looking forward to the rest of this season, but we're going to wrap it up here, guys. Hope you guys have a good one. If you hold on, you don't change the channel, it will send you guys over to the Y-Files, my favorite YouTube channel. They do conspiracy theories, urban legends, just crazy stories, and it's really entertaining. So I highly recommend you check out their channel. So maybe I'll see you guys over there in the chat. So have a good one.